The speaker has not turned on the microphone. The speaker has not turned the microphone. Interpretation cannot be provided. The speaker has not turned on the microphone.
Kad priėmė mus, kad
I would like to thank the Seimas for hosting this conference. In this conference, we have participants from different countries. We have different presenters and speakers, and it is a great privilege for Vilnius University of Applied Sciences to discuss the topic, which is very relevant and will continue to be relevant for years to come. I wish you an interesting conference. I also invite you to the presentation of the book in the Martynas Mažvydas National Library of Lithuania. And this book actually focuses on the topic. So I wish every success to the conference. I give the floor to Tomas Vytautas Raskevičius. Good morning.
In the audience, you're allowed to use free to use the translation equipment, and please indicate if it doesn't work. Unfortunately, I'll have to speak in Lithuanian because this is what we do in the parliament. Žmogaus teisų komiteto
On behalf of the Human Rights Committee, I would like to welcome the organizers and participants of the scientific conference Parenting in Stressful Situations, which is organized by Vilnius University of Applied Sciences, together with international partners. It is a great honor for the Human Rights Committee to hold such events at the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania. It is an honor because they focus on different challenges and different people, which may not be in the headlines or be discussed by politicians on a daily basis. Welcome and thank you for being here today. Parenthood is one of the most joyful and at the same time one of the most important parts of a person's life. It strengthens family ties and gives many new experiences and feelings. At the same time, it is a new phase, which not only gives us the opportunity to see the world from a different perspective, but also adds new responsibilities and challenges to our daily lives. However, today the world is moving in an incredible pace. Information dissemination, technological advance are more rapid than ever, and social trends and traditions, in quotation marks, I use the words in quotation marks, are changing more frequently than ever before. The task of being the best dad or mom is becoming more and more difficult, and the responsibility of raising an honest, successful, and happy citizen is becoming a real challenge. I'm a dad myself, and my son is almost 4 years old, and I sometimes am very confused by how often I ask myself the question of how to raise and educate my child without spoiling him. The institution of the family is one of the factors that unites humanity regardless of race, nationality, social status, sexual orientation, or religion. Most countries declare in their constitutions and laws that they support the family as the foundation of the state and guarantee its protection, support, and the necessary assistance. But it is clear that this support does not reach everyone equally. And while the obligation to care for our children and to raise them to be good people is universally understood, unfortunately, we still live in a society where there is still too little awareness of inequalities and double standards, and too little basic recognition that people and their needs are different. Obviously, there are also families among us here in Lithuania and elsewhere who are less heard and less visible, and who face particular challenges in fulfilling the fundamental mission of parenthood and the education of children. As the chair of the Human Rights Committee and a human rights activist, I am confronted with the stories of those who do not fit in the image of the typical citizen, those who are marginalized or ignored by society or even by law. I hear the voices of those families who do not see in public life examples that reflect their own experiences. Unfortunately, however, my family also belongs to that group. It is difficult for people from certain groups to integrate into society, to change the situation in certain cases, and even more so to fully meet the needs of their family members, including young citizens. However, while some legislators and leaders openly declare that they view family relations through the prism of traditional values, I believe that there's still a lack of awareness and courage in society to acknowledge that we are different. Awareness that the needs of the other person are not exclusively the problem of that person. I believe that today's international conference will contribute, at least in part, to the noble and important goal of hearing that other person. I would like to thank once again for the organizers and participants for your time and expert insights. It is unfortunate that we still live in a time when the problems of social inequality and exclusion are still acute. On the other hand, we have a unique opportunity to sow the seeds and nurture the leaders of the future who will help us to tackle these problems. Thank you, and I wish you a successful event.
Ačiū labai gerbiamam Tomui.
Thank you, Mr. Raskevičius. We've actually forgotten to say a few important things. First of all, the conference is being broadcast live and there's a video recording being made of the conference. So the information on the conference will stay with us. As for the interpretation, channel 1 for Lithuanian, channel 2 for English. So please make use of the headsets because the interpretation is available, and we will certainly ask our keynote speakers to not to rush with their speeches. And now we would like to give the floor to Dr. Nijolė Zinkevičienė, Vice Rector for Research and Partnerships of Vilnius Higher Education Institution or Vilnius University of Applied Sciences.
Good morning. It's a strange phenomenon. Students always sit in the back. They never take the first rows. There should be some investigation done on that, but the answer might be simple. We did the same when we were students, so maybe it's cozy, I don't know why. Yeah, first of all, I would like to start with my formal mission and to give you best greetings, best wishes from the rector of Vilniaus Kolegija, Dr. Žymantė Jankauskienė, who was re-elected a couple of days ago and will be leading our institution for the next 5 years. I believe you know where you are and you know Vilniaus Kolegija, but I would like to mention some facts. We are the largest and the leading professional higher education in Lithuania. When I say the leading, I mean that we take things very seriously. And this blended intensive week is an example of how we do things. I think that the blended intensive weeks this type of international mobility is the best thing that European Commission could think of. Because those who have already tried it, or at least those who are trying it now, you may feel how interesting, how important and how effective it is to be in an international community for a short period of time and focus on a very important theme, important subject. You know, frankly speaking, we have really serious problems with teacher training in Lithuania. Therefore, I'm very proud and very thankful to the Faculty of Pedagogy for the systematic, creative and innovative activities. And this blended intensive week and the conference is a strong argument how good we are and how serious we are in teacher training. And I really hope that Tomas Vytautas Raskevičius, as the member of the parliament, knows that and he will support us in some discussions when somebody wants to deny that teacher training in professional higher education is not effective. It is, and sometimes even more than in academic universities. Normally, I would say that a conference in the middle of the blended intensive week is like a cherry on the cake. But I will not use the word cherry this time. I think it's a nut. Sweet, nutritious, but hard to crack. Because you've taken a topic that is very complex, very relevant, and very interesting. Every child is unique. Parents are different. And there are so many, thousands of situations, thousands of contexts in this unpredictable world that parents and children occur. So that you as students and teachers will be discussing and are discussing, have been already discussing this topic during these days will give you a lot, believe me. I can say frankly, I'm jealous. Because you have such a nice opportunity to grab so many things from the esteemed and so experienced experts. And my personal wish is take as much as possible, participate actively, develop your creative thinking, your creativity, your innovativeness, because you have everything ready for that. So one more thing, you know. Of course, I'm very thankful to the experts who are today, and they will share their knowledge, their experience with you, and especially special thanks to Carmel Borg, Professor Carmel Borg, whose visit to Lithuania is the 8th, I think. He even didn't leave us during the pandemic and participated in our online conference. It's so important to have them here, to listen to them. But there is a very recent, example that happened yesterday. We had a very special afternoon in Lithuania, and for the whole world, I think, because a young man, Aurimas Valujavičius, a Lithuanian, crossed the Atlantic Ocean by a simple boat. And he reached the coast yesterday afternoon, having spent 121 days on the waters, all by himself. I was just thinking in the morning, what qualities should such a person possess? Who his parents are, who his teachers were. How did he get that inspiration, that patriotism to devote this really difficult trip, difficult journey to Lithuania, his native country? It would be so nice to have him or his parents or his teachers today just to share their practical experience, how to achieve such qualities, how to become so strong and so brave. So, well, without just taking much of your time, I would just say finally, I'm really happy you are here, young people from so many countries. Learn a lot. Take whatever you can from these days. Remember these days and stay in contact, because the community you are together today and you have been these days is strong, really strong. It's international, working on a very important subject. Just keep in touch all the time. And thanks to many thanks to the organizers. You are doing a great job. Thank you so much. Best luck to the conference.
Thank you so much for the Vice Rector. And now let's move to the first panel, first plenary session, which I will be moderating, and I'm very glad for the chance and opportunity to listen to our keynote speakers and experts from the field of parent psychology, sociology, and other social topics. And just one more time, the reminder, as we have this conference translated to Lithuanian, let's try to speak slowly. It's easier for the translators to translate it in the right way, but probably not too slow because we have limited time for each presentation. And we will start our session from Professor Wim Goossens from Zoiets University of Applied Sciences in the Netherlands, who will present his research and presentation titled Parental Stress and Overall Consideration. And my question is, and I'll probably ask each of you in the beginning, we have 30 minutes, half an hour for every presentation, and you can use all the time, but then not have any time for questions and feedback for the audience. So, Professor Goossens, would you like me to stop you after 25 minutes?
I would like it.
You would like it? Okay, and then we leave 5 minutes for the questions, okay? So sorry if I would be intrusive, but then I will follow that time, okay? So please, now the floor is yours.
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation and the warm welcome in Lithuania. We are very glad that we are here with the consortium. We are working with students, colleagues, professionals about the subject of parenthood. And I can say to you that we are working from 2013, and we made a new agreement to continue to 2027. So we will go on in working together. I'm the chairman of this consortium, and also I give lectures about parenthood, etc. So that's my role in it. So now it's looking, or if it's work, like I like to work. Yes, it works. Just back. Now, these are the partners. These are the partners of this international consortium. So you can see that there are consortium partners from Finland, from Malta, from Lithuania, from the United Kingdom, from Belgium, and from the Netherlands. This is spread over all Europe, and we are working on a parent-centered approach. So an approach where there is parent sensitivity, where there is parent-friendly, and on this conference, we look how it works. And in this conference, we are talking about how stressful our situation can cause stress to parents. So, what situations, circumstances that focus on what do circumstances do in the way of stressing parenthood, and you can see some examples in the program about parenthood in post-COVID time, about parenthood during imprisonment, about LGBTQ parenthood, etc. About unique children with physical disabilities, and how this causes stress. This whole day we're talking about situations, circumstances that causes stress to parents. And when we're talking about this stress, I would like to bring in the framework of this international parent-centered network. We always look to the content of parenthood from 4 perspectives. The first one is social discourse. How is the law, how is the policy in the countries about parenthood? And how does law support, but also how does law and policy maybe bring problems for parents? The second one is organization development. And organization development is about how can we give parents a voice in the institutions where they ask care or help for their children. How can they have influence as a parent in the institutions where they ask to care for the children. Another theme what we're talking about is theory and methods. And then we compare the theory and methods in guiding parents in the different countries. So we learn a lot in these conferences about how do we compare your method with our method, with our approach, etc. And the last one is research. What are the main topics of research in the countries of the consortium about parenthood? And we compare this research and we talk about what is the outcome of this research for your own country. And when I look at this framework, I thought this could also be a framework to look at parental stress, a situation that causes parental stress. I give you, on each theme, I give you some examples. Parental stress in the theme social discourse is about how can law or policy, governmental policies, how can they cause stress for parents? I give you two examples from Netherlands recently. We have what we named the benefit affair. In the Netherlands, people get a benefit with paying less taxes when they have a right to that. But a lot of parents were accused of fraud. And I really feel ashamed about from a modern country, as in the Netherlands, to talk about it. But parents were accused from fraud, and they have to pay it back. And this is about paying back 30,000 to 100,000 euros. So those parents came in debt. Those children grew up in poverty. Those parents were divorced. So here can you have an example how policy brings a lot of parental stress to parents when it isn't parent supportal policy. Another one is, and it has a personal impact on myself, because I have a son with autism. And the Dutch Secretary of State for Youth Care recently stated that parents send their children too readily to mental health services. And I feel accused, because I thought, hey, what is happening? I'm trying to achieve the best care for my son, and I'm portraited as one who takes too much, too fast, and too readily care for my son. Then there is something like parental stress and organization development. When we meet parents in group meetings, we often, or publications or interviews, they report their stress in having taken their child to the public organization, but not being seen as a parent. So the talks only go about the child, and the talks do not go to the parents from what are your needs? What is happening with you as a parent? The talks go about the child, and you always, and there's a message I want to give today, you always have to balance between the parental perspective and the child perspective. And when the organization only focuses on the child perspective, then the parent doesn't feel acknowledgement for being a parent. Another one is parental stress and theory and methods. We discovered in our research that far more of the methods that we bring into parents are child-orientated. And you must have methods that also bring in empathy for parents, that bring in parents with their needs, etc. So what we discovered is far more that from this child perspective, the parents were treated as educational instruments. And parenthood is far more than being an educational instrument. So please look, when you use theory and methods, please look ahead for parental friendly methods, for parental sensitive methods. You have to use parental sensitive methods. And then it's parental stress and research. We discovered in our research, in our talks with parents, in our focus group with parents, that parents said, I deliver dates about my child's behavior to do research of the goals of treatment from my child, and at the end, my competences as a parent are questioned. So that is very important when you do research on parenthood, that is also parent-friendly, that is also parent-sensitive, and that the parent wants to bring in his child for getting the best care for a child and not being discussed as a parent. So this is all why we are doing this work, to achieve this parental sensitivity, to achieve this parental friendly, to achieve this parent-centered approach. And my lecture is some broader as a theme we are talking about. So you can think after this conference, parental stress is only caused by situations, by circumstances. It's not true. Being a parent is always stressful in each situation, in each context, in each being. So I like to state, and I like to state it especially to the student, that you don't only look to circumstances and say, these circumstances, I like to give you some words, and therefore you can see that that parents always have to cover parental stress. And why is this so stressful? It's so stressful when something is happening with a child, when the child is ill, when there are problems with the child, it immediately touches the parental self-image. So most of the parents tell me in research, in talks which I have with parents, when there is something wrong with my child, I always think I did something fault. I made a mistake. So parents accuse themselves. You don't have to do it. They do it by themselves already. So it isn't helpful to accuse parents that they are doing wrong, because then you further more impact of the self-image. And what also is happening is that parents are confronted with so many social perspectives about parenthood. So we think with norm settings about parenthood, and these are social perspectives. And you should be aware about all these social perspectives that come to parents. And what also is very important to recognize as a professional is the own parental story. What is the socialization of the parents? What was his life experience? And therefore also that can cause stress in this parenthood. Now, there is a lady in the Netherlands, she died some years ago, but she was a system therapist, at least from the past, and she focused her whole work only on parenthood. And you can see the title of her PhD, and it was a serious case of neglect. And that is what she meant to say. We should pay attention to parents. She was a system therapist, and she said, we shouldn't see parents only as the role, but parenthood is far more impactful than only being an educator. And she made a beautiful schematic conceptualization of parenthood. Everyone in the Netherlands who talks about parenthood uses this framework she made, because it gives us the opportunity to talk with parents and professionals parent-friendly about parents. So on the left side, you can see the work floor. There is where the educational work has been done to the parent. On the right side, you see the circumstances. That is what we're talking about all these days. What are the circumstances that makes parenthood on the work floor stressful? Having a child with autism brings stress. Having a child that is ill brings stress. Having a child that is abused brings stress on this work floor. So you're talking about what are the circumstances and how does that impact or have impact on the work floor. And then she said there are 4 buffer mechanisms to keep up the parents, to help them to be a parent on a proper way. And she knows there must be a supportive community. So therefore these laws and policy is so important. There must be a social network around parents. She said it takes a village to raise a child. she said you should bring parents in the meta position, and that is help parents to reflect on their parenthood. And above all, she said, what is very helpful is when parents experience good parent experience, where they think it's I'm doing the right thing for my child, and maybe I'm punishing my child, but I'm doing the right thing because she learns to go ahead with her circumstances. And as you look at this scheme she made, you also can have a reference for the stress that is caused from this scheme. So we talk this whole week about situations in her theory, circumstances that cause stress. And this whole week is about these circumstances that cause stress. But she said parenthood can also be stressful because a child has special needs on this work floor. For instance, parents who have a deaf child. For instance, parents who have a child with autism. For instance, parents who have a child with mental care questions. Barbara Pescour will talk later on parents who have stress while having a child with a physical disability. So special needs on this work floor can cause parental stress for parents. And we have to, and she said above this scheme, this format, we have to, we cannot ignore that we need a theory of parenthood and a theory of the psychology of parenthood to understand parent. It's not enough to think about parent only from the perspective of child rearing. Parents have their own needs. Parents have their own socialization. Parents have their own difficulties. Parents have their own, and when you look at the circumstances, when a parent is depressive, it affects the work floor. So we have a huge need for psychology of parenthood, she said. And in this theory, she had 4 assumptions I want to share with you, because they also can be a reference for talking about this stress. The first one is parents have an awareness of being responsible for a child. And this is timeless, and this is unconditional. And what she meant with timeless is child rearing, of education of child, you can do with many people. Anyone can play the role of a child rearer. That can be a teacher, that can be a group facilitator. But parenthood, she says, is existential. It's about your identity. And this awareness caused stress, because she said, because it's going on until her life. When my mother was terminal, she still want to be my parent. And at that moment, she said, it's lifelong. Parenthood is lifelong. And you have a task that she said, that is impossible to achieve. Being lifelong responsible for a child. That's a huge task for a parent, and we must be aware of this sense of responsibility parents have. The second one that she said is parenthood makes vulnerable. And she said the consequent critical view towards parental educational behavior makes a lot of stress for parents. There is also much publication about educational behavior of parents, and there is far more impact of research and articles, etc., and books about parenthood, and it causes also a kind of uncertainty by parents. It causes, if it's written down like this in a book, am I doing it well? So these views are very important in her. The parent is a consult seeker in her theory, someone who brings his child, his or her child, to a professional and say, this is the dearest I have, please take care of my son or my daughter. So that is what the parents do. But that's very vulnerable. It's vulnerable to let others show your child and your difficulties and your problems to parents. So therefore, please be parent sensitive, please be parent friendly, etc. And Another thing that she said is a thing that we would like to mention here is that parenting is often in the literature a similar use to parenthood. But parenting is the educational child rearing side and isn't not parenthood. Parenthood is this identity, is this you never can be no more a parent if you have a child. So parenthood is far broader, is far more about identity, is far more about ethical relation with the child. And therefore we mustn't say that this child rearing of this education, that parenting in this sense is parenthood. Parenthood is something different. If you want to see some more about what I talked about, you can have these resources, and you see information about Alice van der Pas. There's also a beautiful book from Peter Rammerswaer and Atte Gouw, published as a digital book, so you can read it it's in English, but you can read it. And the title of the book says a lot. Do you understand these parents? Etc. And then there's this beautiful book, and I think Carmel Borg will tell something about it. So, Carmel, I think you will tell something about the book of this consortium. I like to end. You said until 25. We have some more time for questions, but please read the message and take care of this message, final message I want to give you. Let them in and say, look to your neighbor who's sitting beside you and ask her, what does this message mean for me as I work with parents? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor, for extremely interesting presentation. And I think the greatest lecture as an opening lecture for the whole conference, and how we're going to talk later on about parenthood in stressful situations. And now, as you were so punctual, we have around 10 minutes for questions. And if you have any questions from the audience, please use your chance now to ask Professor Wim Goossens about the topics you're interested in and something which touched you during the presentation. Yes, please. I know if we have a microphones. Is there? Okay, great.
I think so.
Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. It's more of an observation, but I've heard Lithuanian from this side of the room, and it's really been bothering me because I could not put my full focus on the presentation, which was, I thought it was quite distracting. So maybe we could find a solution for that.
I don't understand.
You should press 0.
That's somewhere over there.
I keep hearing like Lithuania over there. It's pretty annoying, to be honest, because I could not fully concentrate.
If everyone will do that, so that reikėtų po to pereiti visur išjungti garsą.
Okay, thank you for your comment. We will take care and try to figure out how to make it more pleasant to listen. I also heard this sound, and I think it's because the empty headphones are turned on, and it just accumulates the sound. So we should try to fix it. So this was a technical question. Maybe someone has a content-related question. We still have a few minutes. Yes, please.
Thank you, Wim, for the great presentation. It was a great overview, I think, of why we're here and what we're here to focus on. I wondered if you could take us back to the schematic slide, if you could. I have a question about the buffer mechanisms.
Yes.
Because I think supportive community, social network, and good parent experiences are maybe more self-explanatory. I wondered if you could maybe explain something a bit more about the meta position. You mentioned reflection, but I was just wondering if you could maybe expand on that a little.
Yes.
Thank you.
I always say to so the question is, tell something more about this meta position, and I could ask the Dutch student to do that, but I will do it for you, okay? So this meta position is about what I always say to students, it's the same as what you are doing in a supervision. It's a talk with parents, they are in your room, but they aren't on the work floor. And you look back with the parents on the work floor, and you ask the parents, what did you do? What was the behavior of the child? What was your behavior? What works well? What didn't work well? If we have a next time, what worked well? How can you do it better or more or often? So it's a way of reflecting on the situation where you're not in, but to help parents to think about the situation and find new solutions for the situation. So that is this meta view. So not being in this parent's situation with the child, but it's this you being something distinguished from the situation to look at it and help the parent to find new solution by questioning the parents. One remark I want to warn you for: don't give too fast or too. They will know it. I will say it. Don't give too fast or too much advices. Ask reflective questions, because that brings the parental thinking back in what can I do, instead of what does the parent, the professional think I should do. So ask questions where parents are reflecting on, so they can find their own solutions. Avoid your analyses. Help them make their own analyses. That's the meta position.
Thanks for that, Wim. I think as well as asking the question, that therefore means as practitioners in that situation with parents have to think about their ability to listen as well and avoid stepping in too soon. And that is an underestimated skill.
Yes, I think I always say to our students and our professionals in the work field, this parent sensitivity is about empathy with parents, is about listening, is about have the courage to be quiet, have the courage to be listening, because that is very important for parents. There is research about it. There's research about it, that parents often say the interventions are too fast. They should listen more and longer to my parental story. They should hear my heart story about this child and not come too fast with methods, with tools, etc. They want to be heard. They want to be heard. So that's necessary to be have parental sensitivity. Okay.
Thank you. And I saw we had one more question. Yeah. So probably the last question for Professor, and of course we're going to have lunch breaks and coffee breaks, so you can also ask questions afterwards, so please.
You talked about how you come together and talk about how you benefit parents in different countries. So I was wondering, how many times do you come together to talk about it, to help each other out? Because I can imagine that there's a big difference in the countries. Some have more benefits for their parents, some have less. So I'm wondering how you deal with the fact that you see another country doing better in terms of parental help. So how do you help each other change it in the future?
Okay, that's a very good question, because that's the main reason why we have in this consortium. We have various ways of working on this issue of parent-centered approach. We do field visits, as we did today. We were in a refugee center yesterday and talked with parents who are a refugee. So we do field visits. We have these conferences. We organize 3 times a year. So in October, in December, and in February, we organize webinars. We have online dialogue sessions with another. And something new I'd like you to invite on and ask it, please, is international lecturing. And I feel very good that I may give some lectures about parenthood online to the students in Vilnius. So we will bring this, increase this parental, international lecturing. So that's our activities. And you said, oh, we're not looking at countries as doing it better. We're always looking at it from what can we learn from their perspective. And that is very inspiring. So I hope you find out this inspiring way of working this whole week. So before I end, I also like to say I'm very glad that we have this consortium. So it's also an answer to this question, because we have so many perspectives, and that's for the boarding of all our institutes said we should continue, and we will continue at least until 2027. Thank you.
Now I would like to welcome our second keynote speaker, Professor Karmel Borg from University of Malta, who will present his talk titled Parental Life After the Pandemic, Revisualizing Parent-Professional Relations When Business is Not as Usual. So please, the floor is yours. And the question, Professor, would you like me to stop you and to have time for questions? Okay.
So, good morning, everyone. So nice to be here and so happy to be here. As it was said beforehand, this is perhaps my 8th visit to Lithuania, and I'm always glad to return to this lovely country. Let me start with Thomas's introduction. I guess Thomas did set the scene for me, because I'm going to speak about, parent-professional relations in the context of diversity. I've spent the past 3 decades, championing diversity. But as Thomas said, there's a lot of talk about diversity, but in terms of action, there's much less. And that is exactly what my presentation is all about this morning, trying to throw some light on what can be done when a professional encounters a parent with a background, with a baggage of diversity. No, business is not as usual, as COVID, had instructed us. This is a very inequitable world we live in. Excuse my harsh language, but it's a very savage world that we are living in. And as professionals, we have to be very much aware of how inequitable, how unjust this world is. And to be able to understand how unjust it is, we have to leave our comfort zone, our privileged location, our privileged position in the world. And that's exactly what my presentation is all about. Challenging us, myself to start with, asking the question, where do I stand in terms of this savage world that we are living in? What's my location? What is my interaction with diversity, with injustice, etc.? So we cannot remain neutral as professionals. We have to stand up and be counted. And that is one of our roles as professionals. Now, of course, before I really enter into the topic, there are 3 elements that need to be accounted for. One, the power of the question as professionals, and that's part of my training. We have to constantly ask hardcore, hard talk questions about, this world. This world is a very complex world, so definitely we cannot remain simplistic in our relationship with the world. And this is a call for, professional institutions. Unfortunately, I, travel the world and I see less and less of, real intellectual preparation as part of professional formation. And that is, of course, a situation which really worries me. in order to be able to interact with diversity, we have to understand that this is a very complex world that we are interacting with, and therefore we have to complexify the world and not simplify to the level of simplification and banalization of the world. Second thing, it's our relationship with knowledge. There is this understanding that producing knowledge is always a very positive, enterprise. It is true to a certain extent, but there is knowledge, professional knowledge, which increases the distance between us professionals and parents, using knowledge, esoteric professional knowledge to distance ourselves, to take up a hierarchical role vis-à-vis parents, but there's also knowledge that brings the professional closer to the other, and that is experiential knowledge, and that's where really parents, excel, and that's what we need to validate if we want to start truly a real and genuine and authentic dialogue with parents, giving validation to experiential knowledge. And of course, the mixture that I emphasize on in terms of professional formation of, yes, academic knowledge, but also this intuitive knowledge. And therefore, a good professional is one who brings these two types of knowledges together. The professional knowledge, the theoretical knowledge, the academic knowledge, but also the importance of welding that with experiential knowledge. In other words, validating, parental knowledge as worthy of taking seriously. Now, the question for today, and this is part of our ongoing research within my faculty, which has already yielded 5 different reports, the experience of COVID from the student's perspective, from the teacher's perspective, from the parental's perspective, from the professional perspective. And the question that I am dealing with right now, and I'm in the process of, processing the data, is a basic question I asked to professionals during COVID. What was the single most important wish that you had when the COVID hit us, locked us, and sickened us? This is a central question that was asked by my good self as a researcher in communication, in dialogue with professionals. And these are standard answers that I got from the professionals. Going back to normality, dreaming of 2019, so going back to 2019, thinking that that was a normal year for us all. Going back to face-to-face, removing the mask, going out again. Now, what these answers show me, and there are other questions that I asked and other answers that were given to collaborate and to corroborate these answers, is that, the professional during those 2 years was thinking basically and predominantly about himself or herself. So these are very much self-centered answers that professionals were giving me as a researcher while I was engaging in a dialogue with them. Self-centered answers. Now the question, which I go back to the question, is it possible when you take out the bluff, and when you scrape the surface, is a professional who for 2 years thought nothing about himself, about his situation, about his or her reality, can that professional, beyond the bluff now, beyond the bluff, really and truly engage in an authentic and genuine dialogue with the other parent in the context marked by injustices, in the context marked by diversity, etc., etc., etc. So the data that is emerging from this seemingly very simple question, very direct question, indeed is very worrying from my point of view. And I'm not really shocked, because I've been engaged for the past 30 years with prospective professionals like most of you and actual professionals. And as I said, when we scrape the surface and start excavating like archaeologists do, the reality of professionals, then we see a contrast between the initial bluff and what is happening in reality within these circles called, dialogues with parents. So this is an indication, a very clear indication that beyond the rhetoric of diversity, beyond the rhetoric of compassion, beyond the rhetoric of empathy, when you start digging, you see that it's mostly starting from self-centeredness. And this is definitely, a very serious issue indeed. When professionals spoke about normality, what exactly were they talking about? Whose normality they were talking about? And that is, of course, something that is emerging in my research right now. So this is an idea, an identikit of a self-centered, professional. The kind of identikit that is emerging from the data that I am currently excavating as a result of the initial question. What did you wish for during those 2 years of COVID? And here we have elements that slowly but surely are emerging. One-sided conversation that, Wim was talking about. It's all about me. It's all about my knowledge. So when it's all about me as a professional, I am automatically, although I do not verbalize it, seeing you not as an equal other, but as an inferior other. An inferior other always ready for me, the professional, the expert, to fix you. So rather than an equal relationship, a meaningful relationship, a humble relationship, here we have a relationship which is very vertical. So how can you actually understand the other, empathize with the other, be compassionate with the other, when the relationship is not horizontal, when the relationship is truly based on my expertise, on my perception of what needs to be done to the inferior parent. So that is one element that comes out from this biography, identikit of, a self-centered professional beyond his or her bluff of empathy, compassion, diversity, etc. Lack of reciprocity, which of course comes out of a one-sided, relationship with the parent. Lack of listening, as Wim would say. So I will immediately jump in, fixing the other, because I'm not seeing the other as a human being with a brain, with an experience. I'm seeing the other as a patient. I'm seeing the other as a client. Once you construct the other as a patient and as a client, then you stop seeing the other as a human being, a self-fulfilled human being. And then you create a patient-expert relationship rather than a human-human relationship. Third, lack of empathy. If there is no reciprocity, there is very little empathy, for the other. And empathy is not just something emotional that you express towards the other, it's also cognitive. And it's a direct result of how complex you see the world, of how complex you understand the world. So empathy is a mixture of cognitive, understanding the other in a very complex way. It's also emotional. So most of the time we place empathy in the realm of the emotional dimension of human beings. It's not. You cannot empathize if you cannot understand the other in a complex way. And diversity is a very complex situation indeed. The idea, I know best. I am the expert. I'm here in a position not only to help you, but also to fix you, etc., etc. Deficit-oriented, I've already spoken about that. The idea, therefore, that the relationship is not mutual, the relationship is not reciprocal, the relationship is one marked by a client-patient-expert relationship. So the list continues, and all these elements are emerging from this conversation that comes out of my research. Let me select one or two. Entrenched, the third from last. An entrenched position is basically because I know best, because I am the expert professional, I have very fixed ideas. So when the relationship is not mutual and reciprocal between the professional and the parent, the profession is not open to learning. The professional is not open to learning. So there's no transformation happening within the professional himself or herself. When you let parents teach you, then of course you are evolving as a professional. There's no evolution happening within the professional when he or she is entrenched in her position or in his position as a professional. Culturally and socially biased. So I've been teaching, professionals for the past 30 years. They come from particular backgrounds, usually very privileged, backgrounds indeed, and they want to walk out there and interact with, for example, poor parents. How is that possible? How is that possible, for us, if we remain, locked, cocooned in our privileges, in our social class position, in our identity, all right? So that is a major problem indeed within professional-parent relation when we stay cocooned and there's no curiosity, social curiosity about the other. Good relationships start with this so-called, sorry for the technical language, epistemological, curiosity. It always starts with this curiosity. If we are entrenched, in our social space, then it's very difficult to cross the border into other cultural spaces. And that is a major problem indeed in professional formation. How am I doing for time? Okay, so the flip side, I'm really rushing through here. These takes, months, to interact with, but let's put it this way. The flip side of a self-centered, professional who can never really interact productively with parents in the context of diversity is, of course, the transformative professional. And there you have a few elements, a few qualities, characteristics that distinguish the transformative, professional from the entrenched, and culturally challenged professional indeed. And I would take perhaps the first word, which is humility. This is a very important, characteristic indeed, because of course it's the antithesis, it's the antidote to the expert who thinks that, he knows it all, she knows it all, and therefore, engages vertically with the parent. Humility here, does not necessarily mean staying in the corner, keeping your head down, and being unassuming. That is not the definition of humility in this context. Humility is informed here, as you can see, by self-confidence and self-respect and courage. So humility here basically means opening yourself to self-transformation, believing that the relationship that you have as a professional with the parent is not just for you. It's a mutual relationship. And therefore, there's nothing wrong with, sharing your vulnerabilities with the parent other. Showing the parent other that you are, after all, a human being with a biography, of problems, anxieties, etc. And it really works. This is an idea that I use on a constant basis. So when the parent sees not just an expert in front of her or him, but also a human being with a history of vulnerabilities, then, of course, the relationship becomes much more and more and more authentic. So it's not the Oxford Dictionary definition of humility that we're talking about here. It's a humility, kind of humility, that is informed by our self-confidence and therefore our openness to ongoing transformation as professionals while we are engaging with diverse parents. Courage we talked about. How about the tension between patience and impatience? Being patiently impatient. It looks like a contradiction, of terms here. No, there's no contradiction in that. Being patient means, as Wim would say, giving time to listen. Any decent dialogue cannot start with, a statement. It would usually start either with a question and with time allocated for the professional to listen. That is the patient time. Impatience comes when, of course, it's time for the professional to engage productively with the parent. So a productive relationship is not a relationship where anything goes. It's not a laissez-faire relationship. Not whatever the parent says should go. If the parent is engaged in racist discourse, in sexist discourse, in homophobic discourse, then, of course, a real engagement has to start. So being impatiently patient basically means giving time, for the dialogue to unfold productively. And giving time means giving time for listening. Professional has to be a good listener if he or she is committed to authentic dialogues rather than transmission of diversity. Lovingness, I spend, at least an hour in my sessions dealing with this concept of lovingness, bringing love back to the parent-professional relationship. Love of life. We, of course, celebrated light a few days ago, and that's the metaphor that I usually use. Bringing light into seemingly very dark, situations that parents, are going through. But I do not have the time to elaborate on that. So the power of dialogue as, the main pedagogy that, truly mediates productive, relationships with parents. True dialogue is the key practice through which consciousness and thus the rehumanization of both professional and parent is achieved. Of course, I spent several hours with my students, giving a sense of why they've come to the world, why they have chosen youth work, social work, etc. People need a vision. And this is the kind of vision that I share, not impose, but share with my students. The idea that injustices dehumanize people. And our role as social workers who are conscious that this is a very unjust word is to act as mediators to rehumanize, people who have been dehumanized by virtue of their social position in the world. So this is the kind of vision, that dialogue can, give to the professional-parent relationship. Let me skip. How much time do I have now? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Let me skip all this. Basically, these are, slides dealing with the pandemic. Some people, including, politicians, would say that we were all on the same boat during COVID. No, we were not on the same boat. And we were not on the same boat by virtue of our social location. Some people were struggling, crossing the Mediterranean, dying in the sea. Others were cruising during COVID. So we were not, on the same boat. That is, of course, a misreading of the world. And COVID did, emphasize, that we are not on the same social boat. We were never on the same social boat. So when we talk about normality, when professionals spoke about normality or going back to 2009, pre-COVID, they were not fully aware of what is happening around us. And that is, of course, a minus and not a plus from a professional's point of view. So these are some of the lessons learned by COVID, while we were reflecting during those 2 years. Things have gone to the worse, by the way. So we are not even in 2019. If you follow the Sustainable Development Goals, United Nations, we are going backwards rather than forward. So poverty is on the increase. Absolute poverty is on the increase. Pay gap is on the increase. Concentration of wealth is on the increase. And it's much more than it was in 2019. So the world has changed, yes, but to the worse, if you take a particular perspective. So to conclude, all right, these are some of, the relationship characters, revisualizing parent-professional relations when business is not as usual, okay? The relationship, as I see it at least, between professionals and parents in these times, it's basically a pedagogical moment of co-discovery, co-inquiry, and co-production. There is an emphasis on the term co. So it's not just me doing things for you, but we doing things together. So essentially, the encounter, the professional parent encounter here is a pedagogical moment. And when I say pedagogical moment, I mean a moment where we can both learn from each other. I do not have the time to narrate stories where I've learned a lot from so-called broken parents, broken mothers, broken fathers. So for me, I did not see an inferior other in front of me, but I saw a person who can teach me a lot about life. And I am who I am thanks to these encounters. But they were not just encounters, they were encounters seen from the eyes of a professional who foregrounds, privileges mutuality and reciprocity. So basically, to conclude my very short presentation, yes, during this encounter, okay, I see parents not as people to fix, but essentially as co-educators in this real, authentic dialogue that I have been nourishing and nurturing for the past 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor, for a very inspirational talk. And now we have 5 minutes, I think, for 1 or 2 questions. Okay. So, yeah, please, yeah, you can start, and let's see how much questions can we take today.
So you talked about like self-centered professionals, and my question really is that you see in the last 30 years progress on this concept, because like you talked about COVID times, but like now and 30 years ago, do we have like, progress? Because in my education, we learn a lot about talking and listening. So that's my question.
Yes. Of course, I cannot generalize, but I can only speak about my personal experience in forming professionals. We had to struggle with universities, be it traditional universities and applied, universities, to keep a strong element of, intellectual formation. Unfortunately, the culture as it is going within universities is that, slowly but surely, institutions of higher learning are giving in to this concept of institutions preparing for jobs, for employability. And the more they emphasize, okay, and the more we emphasize efficiency, there is very little time left for intellectual understanding, for understanding, the world in a complex way. So if we want to really, really empathize, as we keep hearing from this conference and other conferences, we cannot actually, empathy is a skill. It's not just an emotional skill, it's a cognitive skill. And we need to form people into empathizing. So those institutions who have defended tooth and nail, lengthy intellectual formation, I think they're doing well, relatively well, because they are equipping professionals not only to go out there and do their gig, but they're also preparing professionals to understand where people are coming from. And it's not just mental health issues, it's not just stress, but it's also social class, gender, sexuality, location of the individual that informs life chances. And we saw it during COVID. Okay, COVID really exposed us, tremendously, of who we are as an empathic world. And we saw discrimination galore in terms of who's accessing medicine, who's accessing care, etc., etc., etc. There are lots of research now showing without doubt that this unjust world continues to be unjust in very difficult, circumstances indeed. The so-called biopolitics of COVID, which I don't have the time to enter. So thank you.
Thank you. Would you still like to ask a question? Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the inspirational message. I asked a question yesterday, and that same question comes to mind now too, and I would like to ask your experience on this. Wim Gosses was talking about social discourse and how the law or government can cause stress with parents, and I feel the same problem and stress with us as social workers, because the dehumanization is also a lot in our organizations. Like we want to help the people with supporting them in what they're asking for, but we're not. It feels like more and more we're not allowed to. Our gray area of where we are supposed to work in is getting smaller. So this inspirational message feels to me like, yes, but how? How? Less and less this is possible. In your personal experience, do you have any tips, ideas, or how we can work on this?
Yes, that is very unfortunate indeed. The neoliberal state is becoming more a controlling state. So it's about controlling, professionals. We see it in teaching too. It's not yet arrived at its extreme in my country, but I know, for example, in the UK, where teachers are given, the syllabus, they're given the schemes of work, they're giving the lesson plans, they're giving the teacher's guide. So it all looks fine because you have everything ready-made for you. But of course, it is de-skilling professionals. Because of course, there is very less and less discretion on the professional part to decide on what needs to be done in the immediate space he or she is operating in. And inclusion and diversity needs that space. Inclusion and diversity needs that professional discretion. So here's the contradiction. That's why I call it bluff. Okay, bluff, bluff, and more bluff. So we're talking about, diversity on one hand, inclusion on the other, and yet we're eating more and more space from the professional to use his or her discretion in a context marked by complexity, I repeat, and diversity. So I truly here empathize with you, not only emotionally, but also cognitively, because I know exactly what is happening. What we do, back home is, of course, we are professionals. But yes, we are social workers, we are youth workers, etc. But we are also political animals. So we enter the political fray, to show politicians what they're doing with their hunger, or rather their thirst, for control. It's all about power dynamics. And what you're talking about is, a call for us professionals to reclaim some power that we have lost, over the years. So it's all about who's controlling what. And control is a marked contradiction to the kind of space, dialogue, etc. that we were talking about during my presentation. So this is what we do back home. We do not, confine ourselves to the limited space, professional space, but we also are very present, and I am very present, in the public sphere as a public intellectual, resisting, subverting, and of course providing counter discourse to this encroachment. And this explains why it is very important for you prospective professionals to understand, to really understand what is happening. And what is happening to you is not just limited to your local, okay, but it's also global. Capitalism is becoming increasingly controlling. Look at education, standardized tests, comparative international tests. It's all about standardization. How can you reconcile standardization with inclusion? So thank you for your question.
Thank you so much.
And we have last question for Professor Borg, and if you of course have more comments, use the coffee break, which will be after our last lecture soon. So please, Ausra.
There's a question here.
Thank you. You talked about self-centered professionals, and I was wondering if you're working with a professional that's perhaps been in the industry a number of years and perhaps exhibiting the opinions, the judgmentalness. How do you change that professional? How do you get them to acknowledge that this is what they're doing when they've been doing it for so long? What skills would you say would be needed there?
It's definitely very, very hard, to teach old dogs, as we say in English, new tricks. So I'm often invited for, in-service courses. So there are, initial training, but also in service. The encounters could be a bit ugly, because I have to intervene, I cannot just, polish or skate over, issues. So imagine myself in that situation, very skeptical, professionals, at worst, very dismissing, professionals. So I have to go in there, and what I do initially is to set the emotional scene, because of course, my challenges could destabilize them from their comfort zone. And that is exactly why they call me, to destabilize, the comfort zone. So what I do normally is to spend the first at least session, okay, to at least establish some kind of mutual trust. This is not a quick fix. It's not fast food. This is, slow cooking we're talking about here. So more than one session is needed to at least set people thinking, about their own ways. So that's how I start. And then, of course, yes, the challenge starts. It usually, takes place in the context of dialogue. So there's a lot of listening. So I do show empathy for their anxieties, for their concerns, okay, etc. But there comes a time where, their knowledge is on the table and needs to be interrogated. So this is how I normally do things. And yes, I did find myself in some sticky situations because of what you've just said. But very important in these situations to create an emotionally empathizing, so to speak, situation. You need to set a context which is secure and trustworthy. Otherwise, you will not achieve anything. Did I achieve anything? Most probably, at least the very fact that I did discomfort, people, is already a good start. Because self-reflection, ongoing critical self-reflection is a very important, as you know, element in any growth, in any profession. So yes, the very fact that people sought, or rather felt the need for me to come in and engage in a real, genuine dialogue with them is a very good start from my point of view. Thank you.
And now I would like to welcome our last keynote speaker for the first part of session 1, Professor Anton Cox from Utrecht University in the Netherlands. And the title of the presentation is Communicating with Parents in Intercultural and Multilingual Care Settings, Challenges and Opportunities. Please, the floor is yours.
Bonjour, micro. I want to thank the interpreters. I train interpreters, I've been trained as an interpreter, so I'll try not to speak too fast. I'm not very good at it, but I'll try. I also want to thank Osra and the consortium, Hilda, for the invitation, and also the students for having taught me a lot in the previous days. So thanks a lot for that. So, here we go. When we talk about language barriers and, for instance, culture, as Carmel said, it actually creates a distance between us and the other person. Okay, so I think it's very important to have a brief moment to talk about what a language barrier actually may be in my view. Okay, a language barrier is not absolute. There is a language barrier between you and me, because English is not my mother tongue, and may not be yours. It may be your mother tongue, but then you're listening to someone whose mother tongue it isn't. So there is a language barrier, but nevertheless, we are communicating. Oké? Wanneer ik nu gewoon met Hilde spreek, en ja, misschien ook nog anderen in deze zaal, dan is de taalbarrière misschien toch een beetje anders. So, this is also a language barrier, okay? So, it's not that you cannot communicate. Okay, there's always communication, the way you look, what you do. But also technically, when we look at the language barrier, maybe you're able to socialize in English or in Lithuanian when you just come and live in Lithuania, but that doesn't mean that you will be able to go to the garage and get your car repaired. Or maybe in a consultation with a doctor, you may be able to say, hello, how are you? I slept well. But then when it gets more complicated and you need repertoire, the language barrier may surface, even without you knowing. Okay? And it also depends on the resources we have. Okay? If I say, well, you may think that I may have said, did you sleep well? But if I want to know, I don't know, how did the running go yesterday? Did you improve your time? I can say, yes, well, it may mean anything. So it depends on the resources and what you want to talk about. And it's a whole constellation. If, for instance, you speak a bit of English together, and for particular purposes you use Google Translate in combination with the English as lingua franca, or the language that you speak, you may get it done. But if it's not, it may be very problematic. So there's actually more a communicative swing between all of us. Okay? So it's not like the barrier is there and therefore we cannot do anything. However, what we've seen is, in case of a language barrier, and also in case of culture, what we do is when we interact is we often attribute a problem, definitely not to us because the language barrier is always the other one. It takes two to have a language barrier, okay? We attribute, oh, they're not understanding me, or it's their culture. That's what happens, whereas it's in general very similar to what Wim and Carmel have been talking about, okay? So the cognitive shortcut. Then again, basically, the title is not really correct. It's basically, how is culture often talked about? Okay, culture in trainings is often talked about as an iceberg. You may have seen this before, with the visual things, and then the invisible things, the way we communicate, the unspoken rules. We notice, things that you don't really know how to do it. Shall I hug you? Shall I kiss you? Or shall I begin with the priority of my message and then go to the details, or shall I start with the details? Okay? But while it is kind of recognizable there may be differences, you have to be very careful with the concept of culture. Because while, for instance, as regards individualism and collectivism, this is a very popular one, okay, and there may be something to it. You see here that in each culture, if we speak of culture, there are deviance. It's not because, for instance, Japan would be more collectivistic and the US would be more individualist, that there's no people who deviate from the norm, and there's quite a lot of them. Secondly, what is culture? You know, if I start to talk about Belgian culture, I don't know. Probably all of you will say something else, you know. It's highly debatable. And yesterday you had the nice intercultural international evening. We had drinks, we were dancing, people from Finland, the Netherlands, Belgium, Lithuania, and probably forget. That's a problem when you start enumerating, you know. Anyway, you know what I mean, but basically it was just students having fun, you know. The intercultural part was fun, and there's something to it, but it doesn't really matter. So why should we look at it as, where's the interculturalism and the barriers? People are just doing what they were doing, maybe some differences, but in the end, you're all different. Or the people from the Netherlands, are you all the same? Because you're from the Netherlands, not even in Limburg, man. Dat gaat zo net, hè? Nee, we zijn allemaal anders, hè? It's about language barriers, so I don't have to translate everything I'm saying. So, be careful with culture. It does exist, but it's easy. It provides us a blind spot, because when there's a problem, we say, oh, it's culture. And we all do it. I started teaching in October in the Netherlands, and I teach about bias and, oh, blah, 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 what you're supposed to do. And I realized that when students do things, oh yeah, typically Dutch, I realized myself, because I'm Belgian, that I interpret automatically without knowing things as being Dutch, whereas in the end it's maybe not the case at all. So it's something we all kind of do, but we have to be careful when we're being socialized into it. We know from literature that care across languages or cultures has, between the provider and the patients and parents, has a negative impact on patient care. It's really bad. It can even, I don't even know whether it's proper to say this. I recently personally heard a story from parents, about parents who spoke another language than the providers, and they were having a genetic counseling session. This means that they were having a baby, the lady was pregnant, but there was some kind of potential issues. And the question was asked, should we abort or not? And this is what one talks about. They finally performed an abortion, but they hadn't understood. Okay? They didn't know. And actually, I can give you lots of these kinds of anecdotes also in childcare. When we don't know, we misunderstand, it can even prevent you from becoming a parent. And this is not exceptional. This is a very savage case, but this is, I've been doing research in hospitals, it's like daily stories, these kind of things. So it's really, really bad. And we do know that interpreters and mediators are recommended, but very often they're not used, maybe due to the social discourse, or we think we can make things do. There is this Irish playwright, so writer, and he said one of the biggest issues in communication is the illusion that it has taken place. It's not because we think that we have communicated that we really have, or that you're understanding what I'm saying, okay? So we must be aware of the fragility of the communication. Therefore we think Google Translate will do it, or it's not needed, or they should learn Dutch. Another important part of it is, and Wim and Carmel have been talking about it, and you have been talking about it before, when there are language barriers between you and parents, between you as well, everybody loses autonomy. We leave our comfort zone, okay? When there's a language barrier, we feel even less at home. We feel even more stressed on top of the other stress that has been discussed about before. Okay, so it's really unpleasant. And what happens then? People get anxious because we all kind of suffer when we communicate from communication anxiety. You know, like here in this room, maybe you're talking more to each other than a few days ago because you don't really dare to talk. Some people dare to, and others don't dare to talk to each other because we want to have a good image, we want to present ourselves in a good way. As such, even without a language, when we know people, and when we don't know the system, it's even worse. And then there is language anxiety. Language anxiety is the anxiety we have in different degrees when having to perform to speak in another language. Okay? And this is very important to be aware of in combination to what the colleagues have been saying about. You must be aware of the fact, is it the language barrier, is it the cultural diversity, or is it the consequence of the fact that we are being stressed all when as professionals, but also as parents? It causes a lot of stress. And this stress consumes cognition and creates cognitive overload. And we get psychologically stressed, even situationally, on top of other potential stresses there are, and then we can become clumsy, even when we not know. In my research, I asked people, you are not smiling with these people, and with those people you're smiling, the ones you understand. Do you know that? No, I didn't know. So we become like this, we become very quiet, or we become clumsy. We start to smile, we start to speak like this, or we don't smile. And we don't know that we're not smiling. And then the other person who is stressed as well is like... And then we have cognitive shortcut. You know, that person is not friendly. It's not me who is having all this, we don't know. You know, typically, they always look bad. I'm trying to help them, and they're not friendly, okay? And it's always the same with those people, you know. We invest so much time in them, and then they don't do anything. They're not friendly. While you actually, in reality, you should know, maybe they're just stressed. And maybe I am stressed, and maybe we should do something about it, because stereotyping happens a lot when we're being stressed, even when you know it's not a good thing. So we should see how we can do something about it as well. Another one is the social discourse Wim talked about in countries. So it's not only the language, it's not only the culture, it is the way in the public debate people talk about particular population groups or people in society. Here's some examples from the Netherlands and Belgium. But I think you can translate this into your own country as well. On the left-hand side it says, for the sake of your child, we speak Dutch in this school. You too? And this is not anecdotal. There's a lot of these things in Belgium. Okay. In Rotterdam, we speak Dutch. Yeah, I kind of know it's a Dutch-speaking town, you know. Not really news, that means something else. And then this one. This is not a joke. I even would not like to mention his name, but it's not some kind of allegedly drunk man. No. Allegedly drunk, of course. No. Plans to punish parents if children score poorly on Dutch language skills. This is in Belgium, not in the Netherlands. Yeah? Who is that? Who said that? Well, who is the Minister of Education? Van Weerts, the Minister of Education. He said not that it should be criticized. The Minister of Dutch-speaking education. The Minister of Dutch-speaking education has said this at several times, not just once. And it was about the fact that toddlers, before primary school, those who do not speak sufficiently standard Dutch, so also those speaking dialect, we should consider taking away the child benefits. So the fact that, and he repeated it, that this is being said has a very negative impact, because people will think you're all this kind of person. This is, the minorities sometimes may think that we all think like that, so they become ashamed. They're stigmatizing us, they're stigmatizing them, and people get ashamed because I cannot speak Dutch, sorry, mijn Nederlands is niet goed genoeg. Okay? But it also reinforces staff members. These are real-life comments I heard with a researcher. You know, I don't bother for those patients, in front of a patient. I decide, not even in conscious bias, not to care about that patient. He should learn Dutch. Okay? It's always the same with the culture. They don't want to learn, why should I bother? So it gets into the brains of people. So this is another aspect, you know. And of course, that is not very pleasant. People get even stressed and people feel ashamed on top of loneliness and other things that we have been talking about. So what can we do? Well, provide comfort. What has been said before? Okay. This picture is about students of interpreting who interpreted in parent meetings in Belgium. And what I liked a lot about that post is that parents were got so emotional because finally they were understood. And this is what it is about. Make sure that you listen to them. Allow interpreters. A bridge figure, this is in my daughter's kindergarten. She's a bridge figure, and in the morning she waits at the gate and she talks to all the parents and she reaches out to them. Okay? Or language technology, maybe not to fully communicate, but at least to break the ice for yourself and the other ones and to make them heard. Icons can maybe help for some, but some pictures to really explain what you're doing. Carnaval, it's like the party, where everybody dresses like something. Sometimes children don't get it, and you see whose parents who haven't understood it, didn't understand it. So a picture shows what you can do, and you can save their face. Or in the school of my daughter, my students interviewed them. They have kind of all clothes for parties, and if a child doesn't have it, they immediately put something on it, and it's compensated for. How am I as regards time? Oh yeah, I'll all right. Oh, right. Normally I'm always there. Something else. When you're talking, even when people seem fluent, they may be, but they may not be, try to avoid idioms when you're speaking. This is something very practical. Idioms. And we all do it all the time. So I'm very bad at it. Okay? Avoid baby talk. And be aware of it. I know you should not do it, but when you're in front of someone you do not understand, we're likely to do it. So really, it's something that, what you were saying, we should train it. It's not some kind of passive skill, it's a cognitive skill. You need to train yourself to speak in a normal way, just like Jo Reynolds here yesterday, when she was speaking to the lady in the reception center via Hugh, who was interpreting, she was directly looking at the mother and talking to her in the first person. She was addressing her. These kind of skills cannot be taken for granted. You need to train it, and you need to be reflective on it. And again, what has been said before, smile. Be aware of the fact that sometimes maybe you're not because you're stressed yourself. Try to be friendly, because it will help you as well. Good news was mentioned before. My students from Utrecht, they interviewed, as I said, the kindergarten of my little Snoepje 2. Snoepje 1 is my wife, Snoepje 2 is Marta. She's 4 years old, and there's lots of diversity. It's a local school. And one of the things is, and I had to think it when the colleagues are talking about it, one of the issues they're having is that you drop your toddler at school, and this is the kind of how did it go, how is she doing, this kind of important things. They can often not have that conversation with parents with whom they do not share a language, even though when they try, and it snowballs until there's big problems, and then they get an interpreter, and then it's like all bad news. Whereas they already feel threatened, and even more because even more comfort zones are left. Even when you're not a refugee or just expat, when you're in another system, it's very stressing. You only realize it when it happens to yourself. You know it, but when you feel it, so take all these awkwardness you have when meeting strangers, take that with you, because others have that too. And maybe use Google Translate to say hello at least, because the gesture says, hey, I'm open to you. Hey, I do not agree with this Mr. Wertz. We're not all, because people stereotype towards us as well. Because of these kind of words, a lot of people vote for that party. It's a fact. So we get stigmatized as well. So we should also overcome that. Show that people feel welcome. I mean, it's not new what I'm saying. It's not rocket science, but not everybody does it. This again in the school, this is a good example. It's like the World Festival. You know, and these are all flags, not all flags. They try to have all flags of all the children there. The idea is that they have a party and people they're welcome and they can have a party and just be there and be accepted, you know? I mean, because why is that important? It's important for well-being and everything. But when parents walk in like that, and they do in the morning sometimes. And I say hello. Oh yeah, the interpreters. Are you talking to me? Migration is very, very, very intimidating, okay? So, and this stress creates cognitive overload, and when you have cognitive overload, the little language skills or the language skills you have, you lose them. So maybe if people are more at ease, the language barrier will decrease as well, because we can use the resources we have. And I think that's very important. I'm going to stop soon. Oh, one more fine. Well, let's go for 1 minute. 1 minute. Here we are. Are you ready for the 1 minute? Yes? Yes? Okay. As I said, it takes two to have a language barrier. It's not the other one who is foreign language speaking. You are two in that particular case, you know? So you have to be aware of your own anxieties. And it's not easy. It's, as Karimel said, it's active. It's like love is a verb. Anyway. It's a book, yeah. Anyway, be aware and try to rationalize your own moody behavior. And don't resort to the fact that, godverdorie, they should learn the language, they don't respect us, it's easy when we have these shortcuts. Rationalize and know, oh, I am having social psychological stress here because of the fact that I'm out of my comfort zone because someone else speaks another language and I don't know what to do. I'm having this. It's a normal thing. I should try to relax myself by relaxing the other person and maybe not take myself too seriously. And don't give the cognitive shortcut a chance, although it's very human. Talk to colleagues. Not everybody who is sometimes stereotyping is a bad professional. But talk about it, reflect about it. And it is very important for yourself to be able to work well. You need to allow you to work well, and you need to jointly do that with the parents. This is only a fraction. It's a never-ending story, but I'm going to stop. Anyway.
Thank you, Professor Anton Cox, for very interactive and theatrical presentation. It was extremely interesting to listen to you. I think we can have one question and then we go to a coffee break. Who would like to use this chance? Yes?
Very short, what are idioms?
This question is not as easy as falling from a log. An idiom, beeldspraak. It's actually it's an idiomatic expression, okay? Like, it's a very good question. Google it. You know. No, an idiom is visual. It's comparing something with something else. Beeldspraak. A metaphor, yeah. It's good that you ask this question. You help me out there, you know. Google it to be sure. And we all use it more than we think, actually. We use it constantly, even without us knowing it. And when someone, and I'm going to stop, we have also the intention, when someone speaks a bit the language, we all of a sudden get the impression that they will understand everything, but people do not necessarily say it when they do not understand. We don't say that. We keep quiet. And also one little thing, and then I'm going to stop. That being quiet and not showing interest, apparently, is often a result of stress, not of disinterest or not of a particular culture where they're not interested in a particular patient or parent-centered care. Okay, the attribution is often within our mind. People are being stressed are just people being stressed, like students having a party, students having a party.
Thank you so much for all the experts. And now we have a time for a coffee break, which will be in the lobby. And we are coming back for the second part of the first session at 11 a.m. So we have 26 minutes for the coffee break. Thank you.
So when I heard him, I went back as if we can hear together.
visi išeliminuojami praktiškai. Sako, nu, bet jūs dar paskambinote. Raminai.
Dviese bus, kitas online. Aušra tavo?
My glasses here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from the coffee break. Let's have a seat. Okay, so more or less everyone is back. And we will now start the second part of the first session. Unfortunately, not all of our keynote speakers can be with us today in person, but it's great that we can still hear them and use the technologies and have two great presentations online. I would like to welcome Professor Barbara Piskur from Zoid University of Applied Sciences in the Netherlands, and she will read a paper titled Unique Children, Unique Parental Stress. So please, Barbara, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. And thank you for organizing committee for this invitation of this excellent event, and of course that I'm able to do this online. I will share my presentation. I hope this will work like it worked this morning. Just let me know if it's full screen. If everything is okay?
Now, yeah, it's full screen.
Perfect. So as you said, I'm working in the Netherlands at Zuid University of Applied Sciences for a Master of Science in Innovation in Care. And I'm a part of a research group on autonomy and participation. I also work at Hasselt University in Belgium for a Master of Science in Occupational Therapy. And I'm part of a research group on rehabilitation science. I'm also a member of CanChild, the research center in Canada. Originally, I am Slovenian. I was born in Ljubljana, and for the last 20 years, I'm living and working in the Netherlands. I'm an occupational therapist with a PhD in rehabilitation science. I'm interested in participation and belonging of children and parents' tacit knowledge. I'm very lucky that I met in the last 20 years working in the Netherlands a lot of parents that were willing to collaborate together with me in my team. Professionally, the interest in children's participation and belonging also brought me in contact with many scholars around the world. Today, I would like to say something about steps to enhance participation and belonging, the role of parents in enabling their children participation and belonging in different situations that might be stressful for them. What can we do to support parents in those situations? How to collaborate and develop capacity on different levels. And I will finish with my take-home message. I guess you would agree with me that to enhance participation and belonging, we need first to agree on what it is, to understand what influences it, to find out how to collaborate together for positive participation of children and families, to work out how to build and develop capacity on different levels on a personal level, organization level, and societal level. Let me briefly say, or maybe repeat what has been already said today. What is participation and what affects it? Participation, involvement in life situations, at home, at school, and or in a community, has two important perspectives: outcome and relationship. When participation is seen as an outcome, we are able to look at objective part of attending that can be observed or measured as frequency and or diversity of activities a child is attending, in what kind of environment it happens, and with whom. A subjective part, so-called involvement, include elements of engagement, motivation, persistence, social connection, and level of affect. The child's experience of the involvement in life situation determines the gains from it and the tacit knowledge the child develops through action and reflection. Both are crucial for its future presence or absence in daily life situation. The environment is playing a significant role in this process. One of our PhD students was looking for hindering and supporting environments for young people with autism. She concluded that the central roles of environments for people with autism are providing security and helping to connect. Both can have supporting and hindering aspects. So to illustrate, I will use two examples. When we looked at security in relation to physical environment, an example of hindering aspect could be noise, light, smell, or space that limit participation attendance. Or by outdoor activities, certain elements of nature, like insects, weather conditions, could also be barriers. Some providing security, some spaces like hospitals or rehabilitation centers are perceived as discomforting or can evoke panic due to hearing unusual noises or because you are touched with too many people. Providing security is also about parents' involvement and environment. That refers to the way parents provide security and protection as a precondition for participation. The stability of supportive relationship with parents has been described as securing when transforming to new participation areas, like entering school or new places. More specifically, for example, the optimism of a mother or a father contributes to participation, as it encourages taking risks and developing positive connotations about participation. The second major theme was about helping to connect. We found that ways the healthcare and social services are provided influence social connectedness. Additionally, lack of collaboration or dysfunctional collaboration between professionals or between professionals and parents have been reported as hindering factor for future participation. Additionally, tensions in participation and societal expectations have been explored. So existing norms and enacted attitudes about ways of handling diversity influence children's capacity for participation and often brings parents in a stressful situation. Similar findings and dilemmas came out also in my studies with parents of children with disability. In one of the studies, parents of children were asked to keep a diary for a week, every single day. They were asked to record what child was doing, how they supported their children when needed, what challenges and needs they had in particular life situation. All participating parents described several efforts to enhance participation of their children in using, enabling, or changing the social and physical environment, or by supporting their child to perform or engage in meaningful activities. Fascinatingly, those actions were primarily a result of challenges caused by restrictions in social and physical environments, such as attitudes of other people, insufficient system support, or financial burdens. Needs described by parents notably spotlight environmental aspects as well, like need for environments designed for old people. In another study, we want to understand parents' thoughts, feelings, and concerns that they have experienced while reflecting on their actions, challenges, and needs. We found that parents often express feelings of disappointment driven from being misunderstood by diverse professionals, being neglected when having an opinion, or given an advice without asking for it. That parents found challenging to deal with the complexity of systems and understanding the rules and procedures. These aspects were present in the context of education, healthcare, and by municipalities. Restrictions and standards related to available leisure activities, think of music activities or similar, were also found as very challenging. Participation is also relationship related. One aspect is a role each individual have in a joint process. Here I refer to relationship roles of being partner, being consultant, or being informant. Children report limited opportunities to participate in decisions. More specific, they report very little personal contact with practitioners, feeling being uninformed about the processes, and being excluded from decisions. In 2021, systematic review about tokenistic presence showed the just mentioned findings about limited opportunities for children to participate have been consistent over the last decade, unfortunately, with very little evidence of improved participation for children. In our daily practice, we need to become a collaborative team that discuss and agree on meaningful roles that can differ for each child, family, or professional. The other relational aspect is belonging. The sense of belonging is often one of the core features of humanity. People live with other people in constantly merging and transforming social relations. The feeling of having a safe and secure place filled with familiarity, comfort, and emotional attachment is a both intimate and socially shared aspect of the sense of belonging. Both aspects are in some way related. For example, a life situation where a child is excluded from decision-making, not able to understand information given during the process of rehabilitation, for example, creates a sense of non-belonging to this particular context in relation to child and parents. In a large Northforsk project with Finland, Norway, Iceland, Sweden, and the Netherlands, we explored children belonging and participation in early age, the age between 3 and 8, from a child, a parent, teacher, and policy perspective. Our aim was not to compare the countries, but however, the findings were similar to some extent. So I will give you a short summary of them. So the findings show that for children, belonging is relational rather than individual phenomena. Belonging is shaped within a network of diverse relations such as social, material, cultural, and power relations, even in this very early age. Children express that they experience exclusion and rejection, especially if majority values are taken for granted and dominate the communities. Then children are a victim of othering. Think of a child that has a disability, and it's often put in a unique situation, other position. Parents worried whether educators have a capacity to promote belonging and participation of all children in current diverse classrooms. Parents also reported that their personal experiences of not belonging should not apply to their child and should not automatically lead to their child's exclusion. Several parents try to hide their non-belonging experiences from their children. Teachers worried whether the structures and resources support belonging and participation. And also, they admitted not having sufficient skills, knowledge to support it. In policy documents, belonging and participation are not articulated as core principles. Although there is a large amount of evidence available, not only about participation restriction, the impact of the environment, parent challenges and needs, but also about the assessments, the approaches that enable child's participation and belonging. Still, children, young people, and parents report difficulties to take part in daily life situations that are required or desired. So what can we do to make sure our services will contribute to positive participation and narrow down the gap between the evidence and practice? Co-design tools and strategies with children and families that bridge the gap between the system world and life world could be an example. Recognize the importance of lived experiences and tacit knowledge of a child and a family could be another one. Participation metrics, collaborative partnership tool, and child-parent-centered organization screening tool are examples that have been developed with parents, children, elderly, and our team in the last decade in the Netherlands. The participation metrics have been also reused and redesigned by other scholars in the Netherlands. I particularly like this Finnish innovation, so-called CMAP, Children, Meaningful Activities and Participation tool. It's a wonderful example of giving voice to a child and a family, and in this way co-design joint participation journeys. So let me say a few words about participation metrics. We started to use participation metrics first in research projects to agree on our roles in research, contributions, and to be able to get to know each other's perspective better, as we involved parents as co-researchers in our project. But later, we applied this also in education and in care settings. So horizontally, you cannot read, it's also in Dutch, but are just roles as consultant, advisor, partner, and vertically are the phases of education process or rehabilitation process or research process. So adopting a role, for example, as consultant, means that you are one-time provider of experience, of information. Child or a parent think and talk with you. In consultant role, child and or parents give an advice, but the professional decide. Child or parents contribute advice based on their experiences and tacit knowledge. The professionals listen carefully, respect the advice, and in the end propose the final decision to a child and parents. In the partner role, involves equal relationships and shared responsibility. So child parents and professionals are one team that co-design together and implement actions together. So both contribute their own experiences. So family, child, and professionals, as well their own tacit knowledge and or an evidence. Any role should fit and be meaningful to a person. So I'm not saying one is less or the other, but should be meaningful. So we developed different forms of the participation matrix, for instance, with large mat on the ground to play, especially for children, paper version or 3D printed version, just to try to use in many contexts as possible. My experience is that if you do this with children and parents, a mutual understanding develops. You learn to speak each other's language and you feel better the obligations that came with the role. While applying different versions of this tool in different contexts, we also notice several barriers in the levels of institute or organization. For example, rehabilitation center often didn't have a policy to involve child and a family as equal partners, or their protocols did not have a space for joint collaboration or joint decision-making. What we learned is that tools are appreciated, but they are often not sufficient to change practice. So that brings me to the next topic I want to address today, the leading evidence to advance participation-focused practice, and so-called LEAP initiative that we started 2018 with several people. And who we are, people with lived experience of disability, parents, international and interdisciplinary researchers and practitioners. How we started
Barbara,
this process.
I'm so sorry. You think you can wrap up in like 2 minutes to have questions, or would you like to follow and then maybe skip the questions part? I'm sorry for interrupting, just to...
I will quickly go through, yeah?
Yes, thank you.
So, as I said, we're starting doing together, collaborating, presenting, etc. This group is growing and it's open for everybody to join. So we actually, in the paper, published the participation-focused knowledge translation roadmap that has those 3 parts: collaborative multi-framework aspect, guiding principles, and strategies. So I will try shortly to tell a little bit about, and just stop me when needed. So starting point is participation-focused innovation. It's a green circle. That can be approach, assessment, or any co-design session or something similar. When putting participation innovation as core aspects, as suitable communication to all involved, use of participation language is crucial. So we avoid the deficit language in joint conversations with parents and children. Partnering and collaborating through a family, clinician, manager, community leader, or policymaker synergy is the next important for achieving practice or a change in focus on participation. As mentioned before, practice is not easy to change. To facilitate readiness for change, by stakeholders, different levels are introduced. So we aim to facilitate change at the micro level, so child-family service provider relationship. Change on a micro level is influencing also the meso level and vice versa. For example, administrators within organizations, such as rehabilitation center, administrator should enable the process. Think how to reduce barriers, not building the barriers themselves. Decisions taken on macro level, like local governmental policy change, will also have impact on other levels. Therefore, this figure illustrates working across all 3 levels and engage all the stakeholders in identifying ways to implement participation-focused practice. The behavioral elements of culture CON, from I don't to we do use participation-focused practice, show how individuals and organizations can identify where they are, and now how it can move to blue sky participation-focused practice for the best outcome for children and parents. To support this process, the guiding principles were developed, like talking about participation, building partnership, and building participation team, paired with examples of knowledge implementation strategies. Not all these principles apply to any situation. And we know it's not easy to each situation brings unique challenges, but also unique opportunities. So maybe very shortly to ask ourselves who I am in participation-focused innovation. So you might join this process from contributing as a manager, clinician, parent, or a child. So think, what is my knowledge about participation-led practice? And what are my skills and attitudes? What is my knowledge or our knowledge as participation team? Where and how can I encompass or influence it? The meso level is about organization. So what is the state of readiness for change in our organization? We need to get familiar with the organizational culture, the structures, resources. And where on continuum I am or my organization is. This spectrum is about behavioral change that participation team needs to go through. I don't, I can't, I try, I do, and we do use participation-focused practice. This change needs to happen collectively and works when the team effort is there. So to conclude, education research is important, but not enough. Fostering change in practice required concerted effort, and therefore a collaborative multi-level systemic approach for capacity development is needed. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your new insights into the topic and the whole conference. Unfortunately, we don't have much time now for the questions, but we can take maybe one question if someone has and is eager to use the opportunity and ask Professor Barbara Piskur questions related to her presentation. Yes, we have one question, and let's have it only one this time.
So you were talking about trying to change the policy in micro-aggressive way. How do you see the results? Are there a lot of positive results? Are you still trying to use different methods, or do you really see like a growth in changing the policy in micro way?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. It's not easy. That's the first reaction. We had now last 10 years one example in education called Partnering for Change, where actually we did try to use this approach I was just explaining. So leading change in micro, meso, and micro level. And we actually involved the managers in first place. So the organization was involved immediately. And later on, they helped us to connect the local policy makers, which they actually been involved in larger scale sessions that we can show them what kind of results are possible if everybody is contributing, and how the changes in policy can improve or decrease the process we are in. So to build a joint mutual understanding, doing things together, is really, I would say, my hope for future. And I'm not saying this is going to happen quick and it's easy, but for sure will contribute to all of us on all the levels.
Thank you. I would like to greet now our next keynote speaker, Professor Laima Vaige from the Uppsala University in Sweden, and she will present her insights on LGBTQ parenthood in Lithuania.
Yes, thank you very much, Agnieszka. I will be sharing my slides now. Just a second. Share screen. Yes, I hope that you can see the slides now. And I would like to thank the organizers, first of all, for inviting me to this conference, and really to apologize that I couldn't come in real life. I tried to somehow see whether it's possible, but unfortunately I'm in the middle of the children's rights course right now. So I'm teaching law at Uppsala University. I'm a senior lecturer in law. And my doctoral dissertation, or actually I have written 2 doctoral dissertations. One was about violence against women and domestic violence, and the other one was about same-sex couples in the Baltic states and Poland. And I hope that there are that you can see the slides in a good way. And today is actually also a Lesbian Disability Day. So besides being a lawyer, I have also been growing and developing my family in Lithuania together with another woman. So I am a queer parent and have been active in the field of LGBTQ activism in Lithuania before migrating to Sweden. But today I would like to speak about being a parent when the law does not see you as a parent, and in particular the lack of protection of the social parenthood of LGBTQ parents, but also a denial of legal realities that are created in other states, which to me as a lawyer seem as 2 different situations and also 2 different levels of the stress. So I will speak mostly not only from the point of view of a lawyer, but also from lived realities of LGBTQ parents, both me and other parents that I encountered, and what kind of situations we faced and what kind of solutions we tried to adopt in order to solve these problems. So my background is here. I just wanted to show this one photo because I think it's kind of symbolic for me. It's almost been 10 years since this photo has been taken, and you can see me and a good friend of mine whom people from Lithuania might recognize. Her name was Neringa Dangvyda Matsate, and there's a case at European Court of Human Rights, Matsate versus Lithuania. So Neringa was a writer. She devoted her life to children's literature. And just before that photo was taken, that same year, her book of tales was in fact censored in Lithuania and taken out of the bookshelves, because in her book of tales, she tried to raise awareness and tolerance to diversity. So in her tales, she tried to talk about things like race, disability, and also non-heterosexual love. And that was the reason why her book was censored. And in this photo, in the background, you can see the presidential palace. And here we were celebrating the International Family Equality Day. And just after this photo was taken, the rain started to rain, and we took shelter under the presidential this roof, presidential palace roof, and just to spend time, because it was one of these short summer rains, just 15 minutes, we were reading Neringa's tales, And to me, that gives kind of a very symbolical feeling that we were under the big roof of this great institution that represents policies of the state, the statehood, and the state does not really see us, and potentially if they see us, it can be dangerous, but we can nevertheless create our shelters and bubbles of safety for all of us, both the kids and the parents. So it was kind of very symbolical feeling here. As a lawyer, I come from this, from the Convention on the Rights of the Child to the issue on parental stress of LGBTQ parents. And already in Article 3, which is on the best interests of the child, we see that the parents are included and the rights and duties of the parent are really undivisive from that of the child's. So this idea is actually represented throughout the Convention on the Rights of the Child. And already from the beginning, we see that the convention is quite open to rights and duties of both the biological parents, but also legal guardians and other individuals who are responsible for the child. And this has been also explained as by necessity of the parents or other people who are responsible for the child to create a loving and safe family environment, and in consideration that children actually sometimes and quite often actually depend on the family members to exercise their rights and to represent these rights, to make sense of these rights. However, if the family environment is not legally protected in any way, and the family members are in fact legal strangers, are pushed into this situation where one of us must be a legal stranger, the children will lose their rights, and to create a loving and safe family environment is quite difficult. So this question that I constantly have in the background of my mind is how to help our invisible children to live, survive, and develop. And the children actually become invisible because of the virtue of invisible parents. Because the parents are invisible and discriminated, the children also are discriminated and invisible by association. So the background in Lithuania, the legal background, is that same-sex couples cannot marry, register a partnership, adopt a child, co-adopt the child of the partner, or apply for assisted reproduction in Lithuania. So there's no family rights at the moment of any kind. So one might think there are no LGBTQ parents if the law does not allow it. But that's not the reality. The reality is that there are many families who, there are many rainbow families in Lithuania, and in I think more than 10 years already, when I just started to work with this, we did not a representative internet survey, just asking how many couples or how many people have children in Lithuania and are queer. And this non-representative internet survey showed that it's 20%, and in the survey it was the majority of women who were parents, but there was one or two couples of gay parents as well. But the problem with the social parenthood of LGBTQ parents is that only one of the parents has the legal parenthood, the legal relationship between themselves and the child, and then adequately parental responsibility. That means the responsibility and also the right to represent the child, to take care of the child, to maintain the child, to support and help develop the child. And sometimes we also have the situations when we have two legal parents, but in reality there could be very different social realities, because there could be a gay couple together with a lesbian couple who planned the family, and now you have on the paper one man and one woman, but that's only a heterosexual imagination because it was two gay men and two lesbian women who planned and created that child. It can also be that the couples split up, so there has been heterosexual relationship, parents split up, and then the mother, usually the mother, but it can also be the father, ends up with a same-sex partner. So you have this social reality where the child has maybe 3 parents or 4 parents, but on the paper there's only 2. So despite the saying that it takes a village to raise a child, unfortunately in law, and that's not only in Lithuania, but in many countries, there's only 2 parents, 2 legal parents that can exist. And in many countries now, the law has been opened up also for same-sex parenthood, but it's still only 2. Whereas in case of Lithuania, it's only the mom and the dad. And this stands in contrast actually with Latvian and Estonian developments, where they gradually allowed for the second parent, the second mother, to become the mother as well of the same child. So here's an example of Lina and Migle, and this is what I mean, social reality. And it's based on many couples that I've known in Lithuania. This is quite a common situation that after many years together, the couple feels ready for children and they consider becoming adoptive parents, but immediately, even if they try to be volunteers, to maybe take a child to go through fosterhood courses and so on, they get to know that that it will be impossible if the system knows about your sexual orientation. And that has been said repeatedly by various politicians, by the minister who is in charge of adoption and fostering, that it's not in the best interest of the child. So it is said in Lithuania to be a foster parent or adoptive parent of a child if you are of non-heterosexual orientation. So instead, they decide to give birth. One of them decides to give birth themselves. And they either use a sperm donor who is private, or they use a artificial insemination or assistant reproductive services from another country, which is not so difficult, actually, now that we have freedom of movement in EU. Officially, the child has only one mother. And that, of course, creates stress for both of the parents. There's a lack of understanding from the other family members. There's usually a strong suggestion that only the legal mother is the mother and has the right to take any kind of decisions about the child. And from the legal point of view, this is actually true. Only the mother who gave birth and who is a legal parent can take legal decisions. Also, the parents' right to represent the child and to vindicate their rights is completely limited. There's no possibility for the other parent to participate, but also to have any kind of duties. So at home, this creates stress, but also at school, at hospital, at the bank, at municipalities, the couples keep hearing that we have no right to let you know what happened. For instance, if the child got hurt in school and is taken to a hospital, well, who are you and why do you want to know? Because we don't see you in any way as a legal parent. No right to take a bank loan as a family, no possibility to get a benefit as a family. This I have noticed as discriminatory, especially in cases of LGBTQ parents who had children with disabilities and who wanted to use these benefits, for instance, to buy a car because the child needs needs transport services, and they would be eligible for that benefit if they were seen as a family. Now with banks, I think there was one bank this year who announced that they are going to treat LGBTQ families as families. So there's a power disbalance between same-sex parents at home, because all the power goes to one legal parent who also gets the entire burden of legal responsibility. And there's an open door for abuse of parental responsibility from the parent who actually has all the legal power. But there's also a possibility to disassociate from any kind of responsibility to, for instance, financially maintain the child. And that, of course, intervenes with creation of safe and loving family environment for the child and is a toll on partners' relationship. There are some additional problems if the child has two legal parents, but in social reality, it's more than two parents, because you get invisible partners and you get left behind parents in all of these constellations. And there's even a stronger than insistence that only the legal parents are the parents. And there could also be a situation when a child is being raised with a stranger, in a sense that these couples only meet to start a child together. They don't know each other so well, and they end up in this situation when they have to share legal responsibility. Now, I think the most problematic is when a child is planned via a private sperm donor, because it is not possible in Lithuania to get access to assisted reproduction if you are a same-sex couple, because if you don't use an official sperm bank, but instead use a private donor, you might end up in a situation of super donors who actually decide to use, to offer the donorship services many times, perhaps only a couple of times, but maybe 200 times. We know from situations in other countries that this has been the case, where one person becomes a parent to many children. And it's also problematic from the perspective of the child's right to know their origins. Now, denial of legal realities created in other states, I think, is a different situation, because here we have a situation where the parents are in fact married. They are legal parents of the same child or same children in another country, but after many years they decide to come back. And these kind of situations are often very intersectional. So you have parents who, families who are sometimes often of mixed ethnic origin. So one is Lithuanian, another is of another, a national of another country, sometimes mixed race, mixed social background. Sometimes the children also have diagnoses such as autism. And there's a question, how are we going to be seen back in Lithuania? So I'm just going to go quickly through this situation of Saul and Kim. And this is based on, again, 3 or 4 actual situations that I've seen. So Saul and Kim are married. They have a couple of children together. And in fact, even though Kim is a birth-giving mother, Saul is a genetic mother, because they used her egg with donated sperm. So you can see this is the situation where only Kim is going to be seen as a legal parent, because she's the birth-giving parent, despite the fact that Saul is actually has the genetic relationship with the child. Meanwhile, another child is recognized only as Saula's child, because she was the birth-giving mother. whereas Kim was perhaps the primary care for that child, is not seen as the mother. And these are the situations that that are actually pending right now. And I do hope really that these families are going to go to court and perhaps change something in legal reality of Lithuania, not only social reality. Because the difference that I see here is that it takes more than just ignoring the social reality. It takes active dismantling of the legal reality that exists throughout the European Union. At the moment, there's only 6 countries that do not allow neither legal registered partnership or marriage for same-sex couples. But even that does not mean that marriage or registered partnership concluded abroad or parenthood concluded abroad should be ignored. So that comes under private international law, which means that sometimes we need to recognize relationships which could not be formed within the country. And in private international law, we use the term limping parenthood, and that is the parenthood that exists as a legal reality in one country but not in another country. And why does it limp? I think it kind of says a lot, because there are active actions to make it dismantled, to take one parent away from the child. And that results actually in some situations in stateless children, as the case of one very famous case of baby Sarah, who has parents of Bulgarian and UK nationalities, and who is not given identity documents in Bulgaria. So in addition to this usual power disbalance and stress of LGBTQ parents, there is also legal confusion and uncertainty, because, for instance, in this one situation, the first citation is that there's a mother who actually gave birth to the child, and she's breastfeeding the child, but she's registered. She's not registered in Vilnius civil registry as the mother, but only her partner is registered as the mother, because only one mother can be registered. And they chose to register the Lithuanian mother. So it's extreme confusion as well. How can it be? I am the mother of this child. And also, how can it be? Because here I have a birth certificate, I have our marriage certificate, our names have been created in another country. How can it be that this does not exist? And then there's sometimes confusion: do we have the right to stay in Lithuania if a child is not seen as the child of that Lithuanian parent? And this is relevant for parents who are not from European Union and don't have independent right to stay. So although European Union primary law ensures freedom of movement to all EU citizens and even their spouses and their children, this freedom is non-existent if part of your family body is actually cut off and the tie between the child and the parent is not seen in the law. These attempted solutions that we tried to adopt is they are very paradoxical, because there's on the one hand desperate wish to stay private, to have this kind of intimate family bubble that we need as people, but then we desperately need legal rights at the same time, because it causes extreme stress, this power disbalance, this unexistence as a parent. So one of the strategy was to try to be visible, and already since mid-90s, lesbians with children are visible in Lithuania. You can see the first articles that I found were from 1995, and and they gave interviews with their names and surnames, and you can see them already back then as visible parents. And another strategy would be to demanding rights in courts, which hasn't happened so much so far. And this is, I think, because of a lot of homophobia and fear that we have in Lithuania. I am one of these parents who decided to emigrate as well, because there's a lot of fear when you are trying to fight for your rights. You get so much hatred, you get sometimes threats. When we try to organize the International Family Equality Day, there were also threats from the nationalist youth. We always have to keep a question in the background, how not to make it worse for the children. And I think this is something that even the European Court of Human Rights sometimes fails to understand, why one of the parents in same-sex families, same-sex parents, why one of the parents often is kind of lurking in the shadows. And that is often because we don't want to make it worse for the children. So another strategy could be is that we already take the matters in our hands, because we decide to start a family despite the legal gaps. We do it nevertheless. And then because we think that we can provide this shelter, this bubble of safe and loving environment, and most of the times we can, but under stress. A lot of the times we hear an argument that we can enter into a legal agreement and then solve most of the problems, so there's no need to adopt a special law, but that is not possible to agree on parenthood or parental responsibility, neither in Lithuania nor in other jurisdictions.
I'm sorry, Laima, maybe do you think you can wrap up in around 1 or 2 minutes?
Yes, 1 minute.
Okay.
Yes,
sorry, I'm just sorry for interrupting. We just got, I think Lithuanians got a message alert on their phones from the security department that there will be a test of an alarm system at some point. We don't know when, but if we hear the sirens, just stay calm. It's just the testing. It's not really like some dangers happening. So just to let you know, but we don't know exactly at what time it will happen. Okay, Laima, sorry, now you can continue.
Okay, yes, so as I was saying, it is possible to regulate by legal agreement smaller questions, but you can't inherit a child, or you can't take care of a child. What is going to kind of to prevent most of the legal problems. You can't undersign legal agreements on parental responsibility nor on legal parenthood. So hopes and prayers so far, I think, mostly were our strategies. And for the future hopes, I think it's still hopeful. Here I only included a couple of pictures that actually give me a lot of hope for myself personally. On the right, you can see an excerpt, an illustration from Neringas Dangvydas book, which was censored and prohibited more than 10 years ago. And Neringa, unfortunately, didn't live to this date until the European Court of Human Rights found that there was a violation by prohibiting this book. She died in the beginning of Corona pandemic, but I think her legacy is going to live much longer, because this is one of the precedent cases, very important cases from the European Court of Human Rights in the area of education, freedom of expression, children's rights. And on the left, this is a painting of Ruby Bridges, a little black girl who was trying to be a student at school, and the tension and the racial hatred at that time was so intense that she had to be taken to school by federal marshals. And to me, it does give hope, because I think if people who are enslaved, who are oppressed to an extreme degree, can nevertheless persevere in the face of these extreme hatred and extreme forms of expression, so can we the LGBTQ parents as well. So these are my last words, and I stop here.
Thank you so much, Laima, for sharing and presenting both the academic knowledge and your personal experiential knowledge. It's very enriching. And now I think we don't have much time for lots of questions, but we can take one question. Yes, please.
So, thank you. You were talking about the possible solutions you tried, and I was wondering, because of the paradox, like being anonymous and private, but also like it has to become visible. Is there any use of the internet, like social media, for education or like organization to bring the problem more public, or is that still like uncharted territory, or how does it? How can we see this happen in the near future?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yes, I think that social media is one of the possibilities and strategies that we used as well. I mean, I think it's strange for me now to say this because I'm a lawyer. I teach law, but even myself as a lawyer, I nevertheless had doubts in legal measures. And so far, we know that anything that we tried in courts, we had to go up to European Court of Human Rights, which takes about 10 years. So I think we still have to, at some point, dare to go to courts, and in that way kind of break this private bubble of privacy. But social media we have used quite a lot, especially this. I was one of the co-founders of a non-governmental organization, Įvairovės namai, or House of Diversity and Education. So we were quite visible on social medias, and we organized all kinds of events, bringing together people, both LGBTQ parents and allies. But social media also has risks because, for instance, private donorship in case of creation of family is also done via social media. And I think that it is risky, and Lithuanian government cannot think that they can simply prohibit these kind of things, because they will go on. What is important, and I think a good example comes from Estonia, is to actually regulate this field, but to allow parents become parents despite marital status or sexual orientation. So in Estonia it is possible, and then you don't have to resort to private donors, and then you don't have a possible health hazard in 20 years where you have 200 children with the same parent. So social media is good, but also sometimes risky.
Thank you so much, Laima, for being with us. And now we have our third expert, Professor Virginija Klimukienė from Vilnius University and Resocialization Coordination Unit of Lithuanian Prison Service. And she will present a paper titled The Challenges of Parenting During Imprisonment.
Dear colleagues, actually, it is a great pleasure for me to be here today and to listen to all these interesting and valuable presentations, because I'm not the part of the consortium, but actually I provide lectures on family psychology for psychology students at Vilnius University. So I really feel enriched by all these contents of today. And of course, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this conference, and especially for putting the subject of parenting during imprisonment on the agenda of this conference. So I would like to start my talk from some statistics. In Lithuania, we do have 8 prisons with more than 4,000 of prison population. Around 1,800 of new convicts arrive to prisons each year, and almost the same number is released after spending around 3 years of real sentence, while the sentence imposed by the court is usually 2 or 3 times longer. So people are really prepared for long sentences, and our penal law is really very strict. Of course, this conference is not for criminologists, so I will not take your time for providing more data about or other statistics which describes the convicted people. Usually what we have in mind when we talk about convictions, it's type and severity of crime, number of convictions, recidivism rate, but what else describes the convicts? We can find some statistics regarding their education, occupation, and probably marital status. However, it is very hard or even impossible, at least in Lithuania, to find the information about their parenthood. How many of them are parents, how many children they do have, and all the questions like that. Why is it important? The literature tells us that imprisonment is one of both parents has a very negative effect on child's resilience and well-being. It is related to children's traumatic symptoms, health vulnerabilities, internalizing problem behavior. Of course, it increases the risk of delinquent and antisocial behavior, and even the risk of intergenerational criminality. The meta-analysis recently conducted by Simon Venema and his colleagues from the Netherlands says that not the fact of imprisonment itself is important for before-mentioned adverse outcomes, but rather the disruption or even the absence of parent-child relationship. Imprisonment disarranges father's paternal identity, limits options for performing family rituals, and hinders the involvement of imprisoned parent into child upbringing and education. On the other hand, the child-imprisoned parent contact is investigated from the perspective of correctional service. The research shows that close child and imprisoned parent contact increases the well-being and proper behavior of the convicts, and that is the main task of correctional system, that people should behave properly, both in the correctional setting and after the release. And this contact motivates the prisoners to take part in the resocialization process, attend correctional treatment programs, and better prepare for release. It also may play a key role in desisting from crime. And of course, it can break a vicious circle of criminality within families, as the relationship quality with a child, if maintained during imprisonment, also increases upon father's re-entry back to home. So further, I would like to present you the integrated framework of child-imprisoned parent relationship proposed by Simon Venema and his colleagues. And actually, I'm referring to his works so much today because these are the most recent studies made on this subject. And this framework distinguishes key dimensions, explaining how relationship during imprisonment is developed and maintained. The first 2 dimensions of the framework derive from the relationship building theory, which defines any relationship as consisting of 2 components: the real interactions between individuals and their perceptions of this relationship, and also of this relationship quality. The third dimension reflects family context, as interactions between family members, the imprisoned one and also their children, does not take place in a kind of social vacuum. According to family systems theory, the triadic perspective should be taken, including the imprisoned parent, the child, and the child's primary caregiver. And the fourth dimension reflects the environment in which the interaction takes place. So, of course, if we talk about the imprisoned parent, so usually this environment takes the prison setting. And this dimension is based on the bioecological model of Bronfenbrenner and Morris, which stresses the interrelatedness between individuals' development and the context in which the development occurs. In light of these theoretical assumptions, I would like to present you the results of our survey conducted within Lithuanian prisons in 2021. And this study was aimed at evaluating the experiences of parenthood among convicted people. So 566 prisoners serving their sentences in Marijampolė, Panevėžys, Pravieniškė, Šiauliai, and Vilnius prisons participated in our survey. In other words, the survey sample consisted of nearly a quarter of prisoners who served their sentences in these prisons during the time of research. 18% of sample comprised of female and the rest were male convicts. The average age of the respondents was 38 years. And the vast majority of study participants had some type of education. 48% completed secondary education, 17% vocational higher education, 7% of prisoners were university or college graduates. And also, there were 20% of participants with primary education and 8% indicating having no education at all. The vast majority of study participants were of Lithuanian nationality. Also, we had some small groups, up to 7% of Russian, Roma, and Polish people. With respect to family status, 26% of participants were married and 16% indicating having a partner. Almost a quarter was divorced, and around 28% of participants indicating that they were single. So we see that this group of convicts usually treated as, we try to develop some kind of profile of the convict, but actually this group is not homogeneous. There are lots of and various people. And also regarding their criminal history, it was found that on average they have been sentenced 4 to 5 times, and they spend on average 102 months in prison in their lifetime. The average time spent in prison during the current sentence was 70 months, and in average 51 months was still remaining. We also had a small group, up to 6% of our sample was comprised of people who were sentenced to life imprisonment, so they did not indicate the remaining sentence. So as you may see, study participants had received quite long sentences. However, we did not analyze what time of crime they have committed. Also, we analyzed how they are occupied within prisons, and we found that 44% indicated they were working, while 55% were studying in prison. And actually, this number was significantly higher between male sample than the women sample. According to the distribution with respect to prison regime, almost half of study participants were imprisoned under the general regime, 41% in open regime, and 12% in high security regime at the time of study. And actually, this regime is very important because it is related to the number of visits and phone calls allowed to the convict and also regulated by the legislation. So what we found? First of all, the study revealed that as many as 58% of respondents have children, and over 40 of them having children under the age of 18. If we take this data into account, we may assume that up to 2,000 Lithuanian minors are affected by parental imprisonment each year. As you can see, quite similar percentage was also found in the Netherlands. And those with minor children in Lithuania usually have one children or two, but some prisoners have up to 8 minor children. And again, the number of children is significantly higher for women than for men. In most of the cases, children were of preschool and primary school age. However, we also found that some parents could not indicate the age of their children, and as you may see from the table, this number is very high among female convicts. So we just can make the assumptions, why is it so? Whether the contact is lost, or maybe it is related to the lower education, maybe they didn't understand the question. We actually can just assume why this happens. The first dimension of previously presented child-parent relationship framework concerns the factual interactions. And within the prison setting, usually this happens via calls, letters, and visits. Here you may see the percentage of means used by prisoners to keep contact with their children. However, our survey was conducted just after the COVID-19 quarantine measures, which were particularly strict within the penitentiary system, because convicts in Lithuania are kept in a dormitory-type prisons or premises, and actually the spread of infection would be really uncontrollable. Therefore, the restrictions had a significant impact on factual parent-child interactions. Visits with children had dramatically decreased, but it was unexpected that for 1/3 of respondents, telephone contacts and letter writing also decreased. Convicts had to adjust to the changes, replace their communication habits, but also the system had to react to new circumstances. And Professor Regina Valutytė from Mykolas Riomeris University has made an analysis of legal regulations for that period and found that in some cases prison authorities had exceeded their powers, making certain prohibitions for family visits. There were also cases when it was not clear how the right of prisoner to have a family visit would be ensured. For example, whether it would be replaced with several additional calls or missed visits would be made available after the quarantine. There were different orders and different papers prepared for that. Anyway, our results have also shown that the contacts, for example, in terms of letter writings, particularly decreased for those convicts who did not disclose about their imprisonment for their children, but rather told the stories about leaving for abroad, about leaving for some work somewhere else. And actually, this is very common to the prisoners, that due to some shame and stigma, they do not tell the truth about the imprisonment to their children. To evaluate the perceived quality of communication between prisoners and their children, survey participants were asked how their imprisonment affected the relationship with their children. The study revealed that as many as 33% of respondents reported that the imprisonment had not changed the relationship with the child, while 13% said that relationship even improved. However, we can see quite a big number of prisoners who experienced an interruption or disruption of relationships. If comparing the results with the data received from the Netherlands, we see rather similar tendencies with regards to the stability in the relationship. However, the changes for better or worse are, as you may see, different. During the survey, we also asked prisoners about the difficulties faced by their minor children. And the results revealed that prisoners prioritize the difficulty of their children to visit parents in prison. Study participants emphasize their demand to keep in contact and have longer, more frequent meetings. Furthermore, they plead for restoration of long-term visits with children because currently this possibility is stopped. Meetings outside prison, as ugly visiting rooms in correctional facilities really traumatize their children. Other demands of children frequently mentioned by prisoners are related to physical activity, emotional and mental health, as well as nutrition, leisure, and homework. And actually, when we tried to explain these results, we assume that they may reflect the projection of convicts. In other words, how they transmit their parental needs on the child. For example, the understanding of parenting traditionally is very much about playing football or basketball together, about spending their spare time together, about making meals or having dinner together, or even helping in doing homework. Therefore, the results could be the expression of the image of parenting which convicts do have, but unfortunately are not able to fulfill. If getting to the third dimension, to the family context, we found that in Lithuania, the majority of children who have one of their parents in prison live with their biological father or mother. In comparison to the Netherlands, such a situation is almost in all the cases. So when we tried to understand why there are such big differences, we just split our population into two groups, female and male, and then we found that actually within the male sample, the results are quite similar. Unfortunately, we did not collect data on the relationship between the convict and the primary caregiver of the child, and actually that could be the direction for the future studies. We also were interested in prisoners' attitudes towards the factors which could contribute to strengthening their connection with children. Prisoners believed that systematic change was needed first and foremost for improving communication. So they mentioned that the penal enforcement code should regulate the possibility for imprisoned parents to communicate more frequently with children via both visits, telephone, and digital communication. And actually, this is also proposed by now, but everything is very much limited. It is also very important to ensure appropriate child-sensitive settings for meetings with children and to implement measures that foster access to prison visits and child-parent communications. And by that, prisoners mean that actually the reimbursement of costs for traveling, the reimbursement of costs for calls could be made. It is important that prisoners also understand their active role in maintaining the relationship with children. So they say that actually they should initiate more telephone or video calls to children, because when they have the limited amount, the priority is taken for calls to their wives and parents rather than children. Also, prisoners mentioned that they should avoid penalties and working to gain incentives. Engage actively in the resocialization process, as it is related to the previously mentioned regime, they serve their sentence. So if they behave well, they can go to the lighter and lighter regime, and of course then receive more benefits. According to prisoners, the role of primary caregivers of the child is also very important. However, they should not be left as the only ones responsible for the connection and blamed if it's not successful. So to complete the picture of the experiences of parenthood during imprisonment, we investigated the parenting skills of the prisoners. It was a bit surprising to find out that prisoners feel quite confident about their knowledge and skills for raising the child. On the other hand, knowledge is never enough. So 3/4 of our survey participants would like some additional trainings on parenting. This was also supported by the reflection that their relationship with children could be assessed as moderately close. But actually the female sample provided answers which were about the closeness which were more significant, that their relationship is more significantly close than in male sample. And also it is unquestionable for convicts that maintaining close contact with their child is very important. So taking into consideration the parenting challenges faced by prisoners, we draw some recommendations and we address them to Lithuanian Prison Service, to Lithuanian Prison Servants Competence Training Center, and prison settings. So one of the recommendations was about the amendments to the legislation of penal execution, which could ensure the possibilities of prisoners' communication with their children, that there could be more frequent short-term visits, unlimited number of children participating in during the visit, because currently the law regulates that only up to 3 people can attend the visits, and one of them would necessarily be the adult. Also, the extended time visit for the children, because children really need time to adjust to the new environment and also to the person who he sees really seldom. Also, that calls to the children could use modern child-friendly technologies, and also short-term home leave for significant events in children's lives could be arranged, like for the beginning of the school year, for the kindergarten or school graduation, for birthday events, and etc. The other recommendation was on establishing meeting rooms suitable for children, that these rooms should be bright, spacious, and with playing areas, with the possibility to prepare or at least to heat up the food together. And actually, we recommended to install meeting rooms in premises which relatives can access from outside and not entering the main entrance of the prison. It is also important to ensure that screening procedures for relatives are not very lengthy and tedious, especially for young children. The third recommendation was about the trainings, the organization of trainings for prison officers on how to strengthen the parenting skills of prisoners with minor children, and how this measure, this parenting measure could be included as a priority in the planning of each individual's resocialization process. Also, there is a recommendation about collecting data on minor children of prisoners during the initial assessment of the prisoner upon entry, because usually in Lithuania, prisoners are started to get prepared for the release around 1 year before, but actually we propose that this should be done at the very beginning when they just enter the prison. And also, we recommend to provide prisoners with detailed information on the possibility of maintaining contact with children during imprisonment. And the last but not least, I would say even the most important recommendation was on cooperation with NGOs and municipal children's rights units, because this cooperation can ensure that the imprisonment of parents disrupts their communication and contact with children as little as possible. And today, after the lunch, we will have the other presentation from the NGO perspective on the children whose parents are in prison. So I really am looking forward for this presentation, and I encourage you to listen to it very carefully. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your very significant research and presentation. As always, we are running out of time, but I think we can have one short question. If someone would like to ask. Yes, please.
In the beginning, you talked about the average length of sentence release convicts, 2 years, 10 months, 3 days. What do you actually mean about with that? Because I'm a little bit confused about the first average length, 7 years. What's the difference between those two?
Mm-hmm. Actually, this is the average, and quite many people are released from prison in a shorter term. But within our research, as you know, the participation in the research was voluntary. Mm-hmm. So in our research sample, this length of conviction was quite longer.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, so that's why there is a difference.
Thank you.
So thank you once again.
Thank you.
we have no questions, some practical information. Now we'll have a longer break, which partly will consist of a guided tour of the Parliament place. So particularly the international group, you all have to meet in the lobby, and then the guides would meet you and have the guided tour. Others who are not signed in and who are not participating in the guided tour, you have a free time until 1:30, when we meet for lunch, and lunch would be here. And in the lobby on the right, there is like a lunch room. So we have to meet at 1:30 for lunch. Enjoy your free time and see you soon.
No.
Ja.
Seconds.
Something else, but in that fight.
Wow.
Okay, so I would like to begin our second section. So I will be the moderator of the second section. So I'm Miglė Motiejūnė. I'm working at Vilnius Applied Science University. So I'm very pleased to introduce our Edita Parham, who will be presenting her presentation on topic of the effects of imprisonment on the family and prisoners. So please welcome Edita.
Don't be surprised about it. Thank you very much for inviting me to talk about this very important topic. It is not common to have presentation about families of prisoners, and I'm very happy to be able to shed some light on this very important and vulnerable group of people, especially children. It is likely that every school in Lithuania has at least one child affected by imprisonment. we don't have statistics how many people and how many children are affected by imprisonment. The only organization in Europe that advocates for the rights of children of prisoners is called COPE. It's Children of Prisoners Europe. They have come up with a formula how to calculate an estimate number of how many children are affected by imprisonment. However, this is just an estimate number. And they reckon that there are about 6,900 children in Lithuania affected by imprisonment. While it's not an exact number, there could be less, there could be more, it still gives us an idea and the scope of the problem. Parents and carers rarely disclose the information about their loved one in prison because they fear judgment and negative reaction on their children. United Nations identified children of prisoners as one of the world's most vulnerable group of people. There is mounting amount of international research and many resources available internationally. However, in Lithuania, children of prisoners and families of prisoners as a whole remain invisible. Their needs are known and therefore unaddressed in penal system, among the policymakers, social service providers, and educational institutions. Cross-national research reveals that families of prisoners face similar issues all over the world. In many cases, imprisonment brings relief and protection to the families. However, there are a lot more cases where imprisonment has more negative and even traumatic consequences for the family. Imprisonment strikes a family as sudden, unexpected, and life-changing event. Families with loved ones serving prison sentence often experience various problems, and actually these financial, emotional, or social problems have existed even prior to imprisonment. And the situation of penitentiary isolation of a family member further intensifies these problems. The partner of a prisoner who has not been imprisoned must accept the role of provider for the whole family. Often it is a mother. So if a father or a partner is imprisoned, mother has to take care of all the financial situation in the family, as well as cope with the needs of the children. The parent that has not been imprisoned also bears the cost of visits to the prison. They bear the costs of telephone calls with the prisoner, preparing parcels with food, providing material things, and or giving money to the prisoner. Conviction and imprisonment of a family member results in complete disorganization of family life. It involves strong negative emotions felt by the rest of the household. This becomes a source of huge stress, frustration, regret, anger, and the feeling of loss. And when it comes to feeling of loss, it's not just any kind of loss. Researchers call it ambiguous loss. It's the kind of loss that doesn't have closure. The absence of closure leaves those who are grieving in a state of uncertainty, making it difficult for them to process, reach a sense of relief and progress, which leads to a deep sense of loneliness. What makes it even more complicated for families of prisoners is that often they are stigmatized. They're seen as families of criminals, are seen as not entirely blameless, though deserving social condemnation. It is not uncommon to think that women who became spouses of partners of criminals deserve the difficult fate after the imprisonment of their partner. And when it comes to children, children of prisoners are often perceived as potentially deviant individuals, like in the proverb, like father, like son. Families experiencing social isolation often cannot count on help and support from the closest social circles. The parent or carer who is left alone, most often the mother, may struggle to cope with difficulties of everyday life, experiencing strong emotions associated with the imprisonment of their partner, very likely in need of outside support in caring for their own well-being as well as for the well-being of their children. Again, when it comes to children, when experiencing the imprisonment of a family member, and usually a very close family member, they have all kinds of emotions. The organization that I mentioned before has come up with the list of, from their experience, with the list of emotions that children most often face. Very often they feel anxiety about being separated from their parent, trauma, especially if they witnessed a family member's arrest, worry that they will be taken away too, shame about why the parent is in prison, anger at the parent for leaving them and at the authorities for taking their loved one away, embarrassment at what their friends will think, fear that they can't talk about their parent or ask any questions, confusion about what will happen next, social isolation, particularly if the crime is high profile or reported in unhelpful way, sadness that the family has changed, relief that there are fewer arguments at home, grief because they feel deep longing for their parent. And of course, this list is not conclusive. As a result of those feelings and experiences, a lot of children shut down emotionally, or unsurprisingly, they start act in unacceptable ways. I would like to show you this very powerful short video that has been made by Ewelina Statek in Poland, director of Organization for the Families of Prisoners. It uses the real-life voices, recordings of 4 children who each have a parent in prison. The characters seen in the film are all actors. So for those of you who are watching online, if there are any difficulties, it's possible to Google this short film. It's called Not My Crime, Still My Sentence. So let's have a look.
Czyli jakby jego tata był w zakładzie karnym. Nagle wybuchły granaty i jakby tata został aresztowany. Tam mama powiedziała, że są góry, więc skuli tylko tata i tata leżał tam na podłodze i potem policjanci, w sensie CBS-i, weszli do góry i ja byłam w pokoju i otworzyłam drzwi, bo nie wiedziałam, co się dzieje i jeden z tych policjantów mierzył do mnie z bronią, po prostu z takim laserem i ja się wystraszyłam. Pamiętam wtedy, że zamknęłam drzwi i dosłownie tak upadłam na podłogę, że już wtedy zdałam sprawę, co się dzieje, że zabierają właśnie tatę, że to wszystko się kończy powoli, że taty już nie będzie, czyli będzie po prostu gorzej.
on wtedy podjął naprawdę okropną decyzję, ponieważ on nam od razu oznajmił, że mamę rano zgarnęła policja i że mama jest w areszcie śledczym, ale że wszystko jest okej. Że wszystko jest okej, że wszystko jest pod kontrolą, żeby się nie przejmować niczym, że to jest kwestia paru dni, a w tej chwili trwa to 2,5 roku. I dalej nic nie wiadomo.
Bo mama została w więzieniu, miało się mną kto zaopiekować, wtedy sobie ojciec mojej siostry znalazł kobietę i że on nie wie, czy ja jestem jego synem, żeby mnie oddał mnie i mama później po 8 latach przyjechała po mnie.
Nawet pamiętam kartkę, którą tata nam przysłał na Wigilię. Jak o tym myślę, to myślę, że chcę płakać.
Policjant potem powiedział do taty, żebyśmy sobie nic nie szeptali. Nie rozumiałam też, w czym im to przeszkadza, przecież co ja mogę zrobić? No i dałam tacie się wtedy napić i wtedy ostatni raz go widziałam.
Ten dźwięk, jak te kraty się otwierają, jak tą kartę się zbliża, jest takie No i wtedy pierwszy raz zobaczyłem swoją mamę. Nie wyglądała dobrze wtedy.
Oni myślą, że moje życie jakby jest kolorowe, pełne kolorowych obrazków, wspaniałej rodziny i do tej pory nie wiedzą tak naprawdę, że mój tata jest w areszcie. Ja sama boję się przed tym otworzyć i nie chcę też, żeby cała uwaga skupiła się na mnie, że będę w jakimś stopniu od nich inna, czyli że ja jednak mam tyle przejść, po prostu chcę być taka jak oni, nie chcę być ani lepsza, ani gorsza. Te osoby zabierały ze mnie część mnie, czyli tatę, potem mamę, w których miałam tak naprawdę największe wsparcie. Można powiedzieć, że straciłam tak naprawdę wszystko.
No, ciężko funkcjonowałem, to bardzo dużo spałem. Wtedy byłem w stanie spać 24 godziny, brałem leki na spanie. Po prostu spałem, żeby odciąć myślenie. Traciłem po prostu ochotę na funkcjonowanie. Dowiadywałem się samych przykrych rzeczy o mojej mamie, o moim tacie.
Jak to była taka sprawa, że bardzo świeża, to nie chciałam o tym z nikim gadać i czułam, że się sama zamykam w sobie i już to samo mnie drażniło. Miałam ochotę słuchać smutnych piosenek, miałam po prostu... Siedziałam w pokoju z zasłoniętymi roletami i totalnie nic mi się nie chciało. Ten ciężar z każdym dniem uciążał się na mnie jeszcze bardziej.
Zdecydowanie poradziłbym kontakt właśnie z takimi fundacjami jak Probacja, zainteresowanie się tematem z racji tego, że są osoby, które z Tobą porozmawiają na ten temat. Ja nie zdawałem sobie z tego sprawy bardzo długo, przez 2 lata i przez to bardzo się osamotniłem w tym problemie i prowadziło to do chorób psychicznych, z którymi sobie muszę w tej chwili radzić.
Jak jeszcze nie przyszłam i nie natrafiłam na tą probację, to nawet z mamą nie chciałam o tym gadać. Gdyby nie to, tak jak już mówiłam wcześniej, ja po prostu bym dalej siedziała i ja bym była dalej smutna i wszystko by mnie przygnębiało.
I to się jakby, no też jest czasem fajnie z kimś porozmawiać, z taką osobą, która jakby jest w takiej sytuacji jak ktoś inny.
I don't know, it's fun.
Don't know how I go back to my presentation. Thank you. It can be very hard to know what to say to a child who is experiencing a family member in prison. If we haven't experienced it, we would have no idea what they're going through, and actually very often it comes as a shock. So unless we have read about it, unless we have been taught about it, we won't know how to react. So very briefly, I would like to just quickly go through some recommendations and helpful things to remember if you do come across a child who is facing family imprisonment. The children themselves say that it's very helpful for them to know that what has happened is not their fault and that they are not alone. Knowing these two things can make a significant difference to children and can help them to cope better. It is also helpful to remember that parental imprisonment is just one of many challenges a child may face. Schools play a very important role in the issue of parental imprisonment. From our experience in Caritas, when we started this project of providing social help and emotional support to families of prisoners, we found that it's not an unusual finding, because it's the experience all over the world, that they are very reluctant to come for help because of the experience of stigmatization and many other reasons. However, all the children are in schools. So if schools are prepared and ready to talk about these issues, then they can be of huge help. If schools could normalize parental imprisonment alongside other possible challenges children may face, like divorce or health issue, families more likely will be willing to share information with the school. Not every child feels the same. Each child, even within the sibling groups, are different. It is important that every child would feel listened to and would know they can speak to someone about how they feel. Feelings can change. A child one day might feel really angry about their parent in prison and not want even to be in touch with the parent. But the next day, they might feel the opposite. And it's important to accept all feelings that the children feel. Not saying anything can be hurtful. If no one mentions their parent in prison, children may feel more ashamed. Even asking about how the parent is can help. Not everything is about the imprisonment. It actually hurts children when adults attribute every emotion to the imprisonment. They actually can be feeling a lot of emotions about many other things. See the potential and not the problem. It is hard to have parents in prison, and children can feel judged or stigmatized. Because of many heavy feelings, their behavior might be difficult. Teachers can help children by showing understanding and support. You don't need to solve everything. Having a parent in prison is a complex situation, and it can be hard to know how to help. It actually can be overwhelming. But the most important thing for a child is that someone cares about them. Just listening can be enough. It also can be helpful to ask other organizations who can help if you are in this kind of situation. And I would like to end my presentation with a quote from a book that is actually even translated into Lithuanian. The Body Keeps the Score: Brain, Mind, and Body in the Healing of Trauma. Trauma almost invariably involves not being seen, not being mirrored, and not being taken into account. We find that children of prisoners, families of prisoners, are in this kind of situation today. But we hope that this will change as we start to speak out. And those of you, students who are from other countries, you can become the agent and can look into this issue back in your countries and see what's the situation there. We really need research more about this group of people. That also has big significance. So I will stop here, and I would be very happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Edita, for your presentation. It was very touching, and your recommendation, I heard that was very useful. I actually write myself down something that you have mentioned. So, if you have any questions, please raise your hand. We'll be looking forward. Okay, please.
Okay, so my question is it's impressive what you told, what the impact of prisoners of a father or mother is on the children. And my question is, what's needed to guide the parent who is imprisoned? What is needed to guide the parent who is at home? So when we take this parental perspective, what is then needed, in your opinion, towards a parent who is imprisoned to make less traumatic experience for the child, and what is needed for the parent who is at home, in your opinion, in guiding, in coaching, in information, etc.?
I think first and foremost is important that they would be heard and listened to. But like I said, in the beginning of this work, we're only starting now. There is no organization that has been providing help for families of prisoners. It is very difficult even to be in contact with them because they do not come. My experience from visiting the Polish organization in Krakow and talking to them, how did they start? They said that it was very important to be seen in the prison for prisoners and for the family members of prison. It was an important factor for adults, but even more so for children. They become so good at hiding this problem that even when they are sent to psychologists at school because of their behavioral problems, they do not disclose this information even to a psychologist. There is a story about this little boy, a 6-year-old, I think, in Poland, and Evelina was asking him, he's been to psychologists for half a year, and asked him, how is it going? And he said, and asked, did you tell the psychologist that your dad is in prison? And he said, no. And can you imagine how difficult it is to go to psychologist for half a year and not to tell? And Evelina said, it's very common. But then I said, how come they come to you? And she said, because they've seen me in prison organizing family days, and she works with prison parents, parents who are imprisoned, and then because these parents get to know her, they send their children, because she says, I'm organizing a support group for children outside prison, they send their children to her, not as a social provider, social help provider, but as Evelina whom they trust. So I think with this group of people, it's highly important to gain their trust in person and not expect that we'll organize an event and they will come. So I think it probably starts in prison at this point.
Thank you, Edita. So it was very inspiring, and it's very useful to hear your answer to the question. So yes, we can sit here or go back to the auditorium. So I'm pleased to welcome our next presentation, who is sitting next to me. So Agnieszka Win. She will be presenting a topic about rethinking parenthood of disadvantaged families, support and engagement of Roma parents. So I'm personally looking forward for your presentation and keen to hear what you will present to us.
Thank you so much, and hello once again. Now I'm in a different role. And as it was announced, I will talk about the Roma parents and the problems, challenges they face. I'm myself a PhD student at the Lithuanian Center for Social Sciences, and a lecturer at the Vilnius University of Applied Sciences. And my today's presentation will be based on a long-term ethnographic research among Vilnius Roma families. And this research and contact now lasts almost 8 years. I would like to start my presentation from presenting and sharing with you a life story of one Roma woman, Roma mother, currently living in Vilnius. All the names which will be presented during my presentation are coded to protect the informants and assure the confidentiality of the informants of my research. So Aldona is an energetic Roma woman in her mid-30s. She is a mother of 7 and since 4 months, a mother of 1 granddaughter. Aldona is a single mother. Her husband has another family now, and he is not really helping, neither financially nor emotionally, to raise the kids. She was born in a little town in southwest Lithuania, but moved to live in Kaliningrad, the Russian part next to the Baltic Sea, with her mother until her teenagehood. When she was around 14 years old, she moved back to Lithuania to live in Parubanka. This is how Roma call the former biggest Roma settlement in the Baltics. Due to constant traveling and moving around, changing places, her school attendance was very poor. In the end, Aldona finished only primary education. However, it was not really enough for her to learn how to read and write properly. Her mother is also illiterate. Only recently, Aldona started to speak Lithuanian. Before, her main languages of communication were Romanes, the mother tongue, and Russian. She is almost illiterate, has no work experience, and she is Roma. And I call it a deadly combination in a labor market. Aldona always speaks of finding a job. She would really like to, but her case is very unfavorable. With her competences, she could get only the lowest paid job, with a salary similar or even lower than the money she gets as social benefits. And she would be away from home for almost all day, biggest part of the day. Who would then take care of the children? The question follows. Most of the time, there are no money in the family left in the end of the month. Family relies on food parcels, which they get from a food bank, or different kind of support from the child day center, where her children attend. Winters for them are the hardest to survive. Sometimes there are no money left to buy winter shoes or winter clothes for children. Children end up sometimes wearing flip-flops instead of sneakers, and it's very embarrassing for them to go to school like this. It contributes to a constant missing the lessons, not going to school, and so on. 2 teenage sons of Aldona are on the edge of dropping out of school and getting to the resocialization centers. They have also started to use drugs recently. The Child Protection Office has started a file for the family, and now they are constantly checking her and her abilities to raise the kids. Otherwise, kids might be taken away from her. Sometimes Aldona has no hope to live a decent life in Vilnius, and the only dream is to migrate to the Great Britain or other Western countries. And I really wish Aldona's family was an exception. in this case, but unfortunately, her situation is not exception but the rule for most of Roma families from Vilnius, and especially those who lived in Parubanka or the Roma settlement. Poverty, lack of education, and racial discrimination and stigmatization create this very strong, vicious circle from which it is really hard to escape. And then the parents are very often monitored and being followed and checked by different state institutions. And the one which they have the biggest contact with is the school. And listening to the school position, teacher positions, or positions even to social workers and state institutions, in the case of Aldona, she is being regarded as a mother who is not taking care of her children, a mother who has no social skills, a mother who is not interested in her children's education process, a mother who is not capable of raising her children, and a mother who is not motivated to integrate. It's very hard sometimes to really understand the scope of these complex challenges, in this case, the Roma parents face. I already mentioned the poverty, which is combined of very low incomes, housing problems, especially after the demolishing of the settlement, where not every family received a substitution for housing, social housing or social flat in the city, difficulties on a labor market and finding a job. Then it follows the lack of education, big illiteracy rates among parents, language barrier, and it's the problems which Professor Cox presented in the first panel here are very relevant. And finally, the racial discrimination the families face. But today I would like to focus on two concepts which are very often brought up when talking about the Roma families, and I think they are very rarely being critically reflected on. And today I would like to have this space to start this discussion and just think of them critically. So first one is the social skills or social competences, and another is motivation, which are very often seen as very natural, universal concepts which everyone should possess, or psychological state which like normal to every human being. However, here I would like to put some criticism or change the way how we look at them and really deconstruct them from the position that they are very much socially and culturally defined qualities and socially and culturally constructed qualities. So what are those general competences or social skills which are being thought about in this context? And there are lots of definitions for them, but one of the definitions proposed by the European Council in their recommendations for lifelong learning strategies, which is also being adopted in the Lithuanian context, where these competences are described as the competences necessary for each person's personal satisfaction and development, employability, social inclusion, a balanced lifestyle, successful life in peaceful societies, the ability to live in a healthy way, and active citizenship. They are described as a combination of three main factors, which is knowledge, skills, and attitude. In this case, knowledge is being understood as facts and figures, concepts, ideas, theories that have already been established and on which the knowledge of a certain field or subject is based. Skills are defined as the ability and capacity to carry out processes and use existing knowledge to achieve results. And attitudes are defined as dispositions and attitudes held when taking actions or reacting to ideas, persons, or situations. So now my question is, do really Roma lack the competences or the social skills in that context? If we look at the social skills and competences from Roma perspective, from the point of view of the Roma being part of the Roma community, the knowledge as one key factor in social competences. For Roma, it's very important to know the Romani language, which is the mother tongue, and it is one of the main factors of the Roma identity. The Roma language brings people together, and very often they define the Roma is the one who speaks the Roma language. Another knowledge which is shared among, I would say, almost or all Romani people are the concepts of Romani Pen, which means the codex of values, which is shared among kids, adults, and elders, and they are kind of a guidelines, a set of behaviors which guide people what means to be Roma and what means to be a part of the community. Another one very important definition is Magiri Pen, or system of purity and impurity. So just understanding when a person can become a pure member and when a person becomes impure, which sometimes can end up in social isolation within community or a total abandonance of a person where he is just excluded from the community and no one keeps contact with them. One more term, important one, is Chechipen, a system of respect and honesty among community members. Then it follows the understanding and knowing the internal social hierarchies which exist in the community, different castes which are in the community, what position they possess in the community, differences among subgroups of Roma, because Roma is not a homogeneous group, there is no one Roma, there are different subgroups with a bit different traditions, social interactions, and even language. And in Lithuania, we have three different subgroups living here. And finally, I think what is super important for them is the knowing family history and family ties. A person who knows well about their closest family network and the broader family network, the uncles, the grandmothers, and so on, and their history, it puts lots of, it raises them in the social hierarchy. So children, and usually they are learning a lot who is who in the family, and it's very important knowledge which they should possess to be a proper members of the community. When we talk about skills, parents, adults, children, elders, and so on, they have to know how to sustain traditions, how to maintain traditions, how to forward the traditions to their children, know how to gain respect in the community, and with this respect they can climb the internal social ladder, how to behave in certain social interactions within the group they are from, or between the groups, the Roma groups, and finally the attitudes which they have. So respect for the elders, the gender roles which they have, and how they have to sustain those gender roles, the age roles, and so on. So here, again, I can ask a question. So do really Roma don't have social skills? You can see that they have the skills which are needed in the cultural setting they live in, and they need to be proper members of Roma community. I don't want to say that their mainstream social skills, which are very often talked to, they're not needed. They are definitely needed for people for proper social inclusion and living the coexisting in the mainstream society. But it's just about really reflecting, are we really thinking that social skills are so universal? and that are not socially constructed, that social skills which we very often talk about, and we talk that some group of people are lacking social skills or have no social skills, are the mainstream social skills in our cultural environment, but they can vary depending on the cultural context. And I think it's not only related to Roma, but different cultural groups which live in our society and with which as professional social workers and educators are working with. And I also think, in my opinion, that pointing out that Roma have no skills, Roma have lack of social skills, it contributes to disempowerment of the families and Roma and some kind of infantilization of them, because we're just showing us that we have the social skills and they don't have, and we have to teach them the social skills. But we're not thinking that even the kids and the parents are good in really forwarding the skills which they need to be proper Roma community members. And what they need extra to gain, the skills which they can be successful, let's say, members of the mainstream society, of the majority of the society. Another concept which very often really I stress and I really see when, for example, going around not only Vilnius, but different municipalities in Lithuania where Roma communities live, and we meet with social workers, teachers, and other representatives of social institutions, is that, but like they have no motivation to study. They have no motivation to integrate, you know, like this is their problem, no motivation. And then in this case, motivation is being seen as some quality, psychological quality, which every one of us possess, and every one of us has, and someone uses this motivation to do things, and others just don't use this motivation, this, I know, cognitive ability in their life. However, I here would like again to deconstruct it and see it more as a socially constructed phenomena, not as a psychological universal thing. Motivation or other concept can be the capacities to aspire, and one of the most known current anthropologist, Arjuna Padurai, links capacities to aspire to a social position in a society. Sometimes some things might have been unimaginable and seen as impossible for Roma themselves due to existing socioeconomic limitations and a sort of stuckness under local racialized stigmatization they have. Aspirations for a better life are not existing in a social, cultural, and political vacuum. They are relational to prevailing social norms and power relations in minority-majority relations. When we talk that Roma kids have no motivations to study, when we talk that Roma have no motivations to work, we should... I have 1 minute left, yes? We should think that they don't have sometimes the examples that someone achieved something. Motivation is not being born in the vacuum. When we have surrounding, when we see our relatives, our parents, people from our culture group working, getting, I don't know, PhD degrees and so on, then we can also think that we can do it. But when everyone from my family has no working experience, have no skills in education system, part of them has been in prison, so for children it's very hard to really be motivated and imagine that they can do something else. And a few examples from my ethnographic research when I was focusing on Roma migration experiences. One of the informant quotes, okay, so I will soon finish very quickly, so maybe less time for questions. Starting the quote, "I'm not motivated to do things here because in Lithuania we are subordinated to others. They, Lithuanians, non-Roma, will definitely nag you whenever they can. They will definitely do it, so why even trying?" End of the quote. Another informant, Lisa, whose child lives in Great Britain for almost 10 years, is overwhelmed by the idea that her son-in-law, who is now working in a pizzeria, thinks of opening a grocery store there in London. And she is so surprised, and she's telling me, starting the quote, "Just think about it, Roma, and to open his own shop, it is just another world out there. They have different thoughts there, different lives than here. Really, much more opportunities," end of the quote. So ending my presentation and thinking about the possible solutions in this case. One is the Roma mediators, where there are Roma community members who are assistant to social workers, and they can work as these cultural translators and help for social workers or teachers understand some cultural values and see the situation from the Roma perspective. Another one is really bigger attention and institutional support. The institution has to understand that some families face very much complex situations, which I already said, racial discrimination, poverty, lack of education, and so on, and then create more space for social workers, where was the question, how social workers can engage more when they have so much limitations, bureaucratic work to do. So probably they should have more space and freedom and be less bureaucracy, or they should given more time to work with specific families to really be needed and useful for the family. Better understanding of family situation, really the history of the family, all the networks they are engaged with. And finally, the intercultural understanding, which is very much needed for social work professionals, for teachers, and so on. It should be definitely taught in universities and colleges, and it shouldn't be something left as an extra thing to teach the future professionals. It has to be a very important part of the teaching curriculum, especially now, I'm talking about Lithuania, where we are becoming more culturally diverse society, and it's not only about Roma, about different migrant communities, and professionals in social work and teaching has to really have the proper cultural competences and empathy, intercultural understanding of the groups they're working with, so they can really meet the needs of the people they're working with in the best manner. So sorry for taking more time. Thank you for attention.
So thank you, Agnieszka. I was constantly nodding my head while you were talking. It was so inspiring to hear you, and at the same time, I feel that we do need more of people talking about the issues that regarding Roma community in Lithuania. So I'm very grateful to you. Sadly, we do not have time, but I think it would be very good to have one question for Agnieszka. It would be good. So if anyone has, okay, I see one hand, so please.
Thank you for your presentation. I was wondering where this racist approach comes from in Vilnius towards Romani, because as far as I'm aware, the values of similar Baltic states seem to be quite, well, the same. So I was wondering why there have been some xenophobia around the Romani.
Yes, so I can answer in a very long way or in a shorter way. I have no time, so just use the shorter way. Roma discrimination and attitudes, it's not only Baltic states, it's actually a European thing. And it's being a process or being constructed over centuries, even I think from the first century when Roma appeared in the European continent. And it grew up into the institutional discrimination, and lots of stigma and prejudices are, like, let's say, just inside of the system and how we look. Very often I would say Roma is the big other. Very often Europeans are the ones who are not Roma, because we see Roma as totally opposite of us, and we want to see it and really put lots of problems on them, but not seeing problems in the mainstream societies. And yes, in Lithuania, it's still a big problem, and I think it's just because lack of education, lack of intercultural education, starting from schools for pupils, but also then following when we're preparing teachers, we're preparing social workers, educators, and so on, which really need to develop the competence to understand different cultural values and how to deal with this in their work.
Thank you, Agnieszka. So I'd like to introduce the next presenter, so Jo Reynolds. Yeah. So she will be presenting on topic of restorative practice, the key to integration for refugees and migrant parents. So please welcome.
Thanks. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're all enjoying everything. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's been an absolutely fantastic conference so far, and I've loved it. My name is Jo Reynolds. I'm a senior lecturer in youth justice at Nottingham University. I am part of the social work, care and community department. My presentation today is on restorative practice and whether that's the key to integration for refugee and migrant parents. Now, restorative practice is a very, very big part of my background. I'm very passionate about restorative practice. I used to work for an organisation for over 10 years in restorative practice, supporting victims of crime, offenders, families, schools, those affected by antisocial behaviour, to deal with conflict and resolve harm. That's what restorative practice is all about, conflict resolution and managing harm. So, oh, it does not work, okay. What is restorative practice then? Well, you might have heard of the concept of restorative justice. That's probably a good place to start. So restorative justice has been around for over 25 years. It might be a big part of your criminal justice system as an alternative approach to diversion. It's certainly a big part of our criminal justice system, in particular our youth justice system. We have a big restorative justice programme there that diverts young people from the criminal justice system. So what is restorative justice? Well, restorative justice simply is communication between a victim and a person that has committed an offence. And that might be face-to-face. That might be indirectly through letters, mediation, shuttle, things like that. So it's actually a really, really powerful tool to have. So the difference between restorative justice and restorative practice, because the two go hand in hand, restorative justice implies that there has to be a crime committed. So there has to be an offence of some description, whereas restorative practice is about conflict resolution, enabling communication to happen, enabling people to move forward. So in the context of refugee and migrant parents, it may be conflict within the family home because of issues that are happening in their community. We often know that we take problems back to our family if we're dealing with conflicts in different ways. So it might be conflict within the home, it might be conflict within the community, but either way, it's something that needs to resolve, and communication is that key to resolving that problem. So I've put a couple of quotes on there just to kind of zhuzh up my slides a little bit. This is from the Restorative Justice Council. The Restorative Justice Council in the UK is an organisation that governs restorative justice, so it makes sure that everybody is trained and is a fully trained practitioner and knows how to communicate with those that have been harmed. So restorative justice brings those harmed by crime or conflict and those responsible for harm into communication, enabling everybody affected by a particular incident to play a part in repairing the harm and finding a positive way forward. So obviously that's a mouthful, and I've heard that a lot in interviews before, the full one as well, which is great. But this quote really does bring about the full issue of restorative, the full thing that we need from restorative justice, which is finding a positive way forward, so being future focused, but also that communication. Communication is vital. So restorative justice, and I will come on to the issue of restorative practice with parents in a second, but this is for context, starts all the way from criminal damage, theft, very minor offences, all the way through to murder manslaughter. And yes, I have done murder manslaughter cases, I've done hate crime cases, and I've done sexual offence cases. I've done the whole spectrum. And I can tell you, I'm very passionate about this, I can tell you that it works. And it works for those that need it and want it. So, restorative practice then. Again, very, very similar in terms of the way that they align. Restorative practice can be used anywhere to prevent conflict, build relationships, repair harm by enabling people to communicate effectively and positively. So you can see the two go hand in hand. The two go hand in hand very nicely. Communication, repairing harm, moving forward, all those buzzwords, that's what it's all about. A lot of people will say to me, Jo, how on earth can you get people in a room? How on earth can you get somebody who's been harmed, especially from a hate crime perspective, which is very much a problem for our refugee and migrant parents? And I say, well, they've got to want it. There's nothing that can't be done around restorative justice. There's nothing that can't happen. But the key is they've got to want it, and both parties have got to want it. That's the key. It's a voluntary process. You know, it's about everybody has to have a share in it and know what the outcome's going to be and want to be future focused. But that's the difference. If you don't want it and you've got no remorse and you think, oh, you know, I don't care about that person, then it's not going to happen and it does not work. So why is restorative practice a vital service for refugee migrant parents? I think the first thing to note that it is a service. That it has to be done and delivered by professionals who know what they're doing, who care about restorative practice, who want to enable that behaviour change, who want to resolve the conflict. They have to be trained. Now, in the UK, we have service providers that do this, that deliver this. In your countries, it may be different. You may not have that provision within your countries. We are very lucky that we do and that they are supported, but it is a service at the end of the day. So it's important because we know that it takes between 5 and 10 years potentially to integrate a migrant into a new place of residence. And with that comes feelings of being a second-class citizen, because there might be issues with accommodation, issues with schooling, issues with education. And with that comes, you know, not necessarily feeling part of that society. There may also be conflict within the school. It may be that the child may be bullied and communication needs to be happened with those that work within the school to manage that. That's something that can be done in a restorative way. One of the biggest things that I would work with and have worked with from a refugee migrant parent status perspective is hate crime. That's one place where I know that it works. Hate crime, in particular in the UK, is a problem. And it's a problem following, or it's become a bigger problem, should I say, following the EU referendum in 2016. Hate crime in the UK has tripled since 2016. To put this into context, last year in England and Wales alone, and we have 4 nations in the UK, we have Scotland, Ireland, England and Wales, and England and Wales have their own counting system, Ireland and Scotland have their own. So England and Wales alone, we had, and this is well remembered by me, 155,874 incidents of hate crime last year alone in England and Wales. That is up 26% in 1 year. Xenophobic incidents are up 19%. I'm going to let those figures land a little bit, because that is massive. And I'll be honest, and again, from my personal experience, we know that that's not half of the problem. We know that communities, Roma communities in particular, will not report those offences. So we know that it's underreported. We know that people don't come forward for it. So my job has been in terms of, you know, educating people about this issue is how do we get more people in that process? How do we enable that to happen? Because that is vitally important. We know hate crime comes with feelings of isolation, feelings of being distressed. You know, someone's attacking your heart, the very heart of your identity. You know, that comes with a lot of things. I might not be able to sleep. All those feelings. Well, my argument would be then, if you can't sleep and someone's attacking your identity, why don't we challenge that person if we can? To say, why are you doing this? What about my identity that offends you? Let's have that discussion in a restorative way. Now, I'm very much aware that, you know, it's not for everybody. And I would never say, oh, well, everybody should do it. Woohoo, let's jump on the restorative justice, train. I know that it's not for everybody and it's not going to be an easy process. Of course it's not. But for those that get involved, those that want it, that's where the life-changing element is. So, let's talk a little bit about, if I've got time, I know we're running a little bit late, the models of restorative practice here in the United Kingdom. So, restorative practice comes in a lot of guises, and obviously I teach this as well, so I could be here all day and night and No one wants that really. So I'm trying to condense it as best that I can. We've got the kind of informal methods all the way to the formal restorative intervention. And an informal restorative intervention would be just conversations that you would have with an individual to make them feel better, make them feel heard. This is particularly important with those who are refugee or migrants, parents in particular. You know, things like, how are you doing? What are you thinking and feeling? What can be done to put things right? How can we help you? Those informal restorative conversations are vitally, vitally important, and it can be done by anyone in this room. Everybody can have a restorative conversation that's going to make someone feel better. That, for me, is restorative. If I make someone feel better, I've done my job. But that's just a very small part of it. Let's go a little bit further. Let's have a formal restorative approach, which is your restorative justice. Let's have a face-to-face meeting. That's what that would be. And face-to-face meetings, as we know, are via academics, possibly myself as well, would agree that it has the most impact. If you're sat in front of somebody that's harmed you, there's nowhere to hide. That's powerful. Because that person can't hide. They're going to answer your questions. We need to get those questions answered because there's only one person that can do it, and that's the person sat in front of you. So I'd say, yes, great, that is a good method. But also there's other things, indirect. You know, not everybody can face or sit across from someone that's harmed them, especially when there's a language barrier, which we'll come on to a second, because that is a thing that we have to overcome. There is indirect methods, because there's letters, shuttle, passing on messages, all these smaller things. So that is the kind of formal, informal to formal. But we've also got other things that are very prevalent for refugee and migrant parents, such as restorative practice dealing with family conflicts. And as I mentioned a few minutes ago, we know that we bring conflict home. If you're feeling ostracised in your community and no one else is talking to you, who are you going to talk to? Who are you going to take that out on? Who are you going to communicate with? Your family unit. We all do it. We're all guilty of it. I've had a bad day. Where do I go? You know, I'm not happy at home. Oh, I can't believe this. Someone else gets it in the neck at home. And that's how it is. So you've got to understand that in order to support families, let's have a discussion. Let's communicate as a family. But more importantly, from my perspective, it's about giving that family the skills that they need to communicate with each other when I'm not there. That's what it's all about. I don't just, you know, take the reins and that's it. It's all about me. After it, it's okay, this is what you need to do moving forward. It's about giving people the skills that they need. And then there's one in the middle, which is restorative practice in communities, which is about sitting in potentially circle time or sitting in a circle, that's circle restorative practice, where everybody gets an opportunity. Oh wow, we are running out of time to talk and communicate in a circle. Feeling heard is probably one of the biggest things there. So the benefits in 1 minute are things like feeling heard, feeling a sense of belonging, strengthening community resilience. I think it's really, really good and really, really beneficial for those that want to have a voice in the criminal justice system. Knowing at a time when there's a lot of things happening at the minute, that there are rational and effective responses out there. That it's not just, you know, okay, well, what should we do about this problem? There are responses out there that can help. And that is the key. And that is the best thing about feeling heard and having social acknowledgement. And one final thing, because I'm on 12 seconds, what do I need to implement this approach? I think one of the important things, and I think the message that I want to give to you guys, as students in particular, is if you think this is a great service, this is fantastic, this is what I want, even professionals in the room as well. If there's professionals in the room and you think, fantastic, I think this is a great service, find out what's available. What's available in your area? Is it restorative practice? Is it a restorative justice provider? Is it your local authority? Is it the, you know, where, is it done through the police, wherever? Have that conversation. And then if you are a professional, last little bit, build community links with, you know, you've got to have grassroots links with that community. You need to get to know them, you need to build trust, and you need to have access to interpreters. Vitally important out of all of this, you've got to be able to communicate in whatever method that might be. And empathetic practitioners is probably the most important, because you've got to be passionate about the subject, and that is it. I got there in the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. You just saved times for questions.
I know. As fast as I could.
So please, if someone wants to ask something, raise a hand, since happily we have some time to do that. Okay, great.
Yeah. Okay. So you talked about lots of things that could help with this practice, if I say it right. But I have a question about what if a family has like a big, what if there's like trauma and abuse in a family? Is it still possible to do it then? Because it's a big confrontation, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. And a lot of my students will ask a similar question. What about if there's domestic abuse? What if there's sexual violence in the home? The simple fact is, with restorative practice, you shouldn't do anything to make something worse. I'd never go into a home, because risk assessment is a very, very big part of what restorative practice is. I'd never go into a home and make things worse, because what will happen is they won't tell me things anyway. I'll re-traumatise those family members that's been going through the abuse, and it wouldn't necessarily work as a practice. So that would be something. I'm very keen on the safeguarding element. There are other things that I could do potentially that don't involve a restorative approach, that might be, referring on to support services, social care, that's going to help that family, help them move forward. But it's a good question, because you can't have it for everything. You've got to think about the risk, and am I going to make anything worse, and am I going to harm anybody? Because if I am, then it's a no-no. Thank you.
Actually, we have time for one more short question. If someone has something and don't want to take this question to our break, you have possibility to ask. Okay, great. So I will share this example, since what you have sharing, it so relates to what Agnieszka actually talked about, and actually it relates. We were in Harvard University in Belgium with our students, and we met social worker in the train who was working in field with the dog. So it does relate what you are talking, that for students to hear that if you want to relate with specific group of people, you have to work in field to truly acknowledge those people with to whom you want to give a help. So thank you you so much.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Is that a question for me?
Do we have a question? Does someone? Okay, we have 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, wow, okay. So you talk about doing the, what's it called again?
Restorative justice.
Yes. So when you would have helped someone and they recovered and thought about the things they did, have you ever tried using them as a helpful resource in trying to convince the people who have committed small to bigger crimes to make them feel more comfortable, because they have been in the shoes of those people, so they could help soften the process in accepting the things they've done and reconciling their past mistakes?
Yeah, so you're talking about the kind of empathising with the offender a bit, is that what you mean? Are you talking about the victim potentially empathising with the offender? Yes. I mean, yeah. I mean, we do that quite a lot. I mean, we've got, I think this is what you mean. We've got victims that have been through the system and been through restorative practice, parents or whoever that might be, that will go on to encourage others to take part in the process. And I think once you've done it, once you've been through it, you are the biggest advocate for it, especially if you've had a positive result, which I would argue that if you have done the risk assessment appropriately and properly, then there's 99.9% chance of a positive result, because again, you get your questions answered. So yeah, I think it's a good question. Utilising your resources, utilising people that have been through it to encourage that happening, and that happens, a lot across the UK. I usually get people that are advocates for us and come, and tell people about it, because unfortunately it's not as advertised that well like it should be. Yeah.
So we will have a short break until 4 o'clock. What I wanted also to say, for those who are willing to go outside for smoke, so please ask for our Lithuanian students. They will help you to not to leave the building, but to go to, I think, inner outdoor area where we can smoke. So you see the hand that can be helpful. Thank you. So we are meeting sharply on 4 o'clock. So I'm very happy to see you sharply at 4 o'clock, so we can begin. So next presentation is already standing here, so happily to see. Hilde van Scharen will be presenting on topic how to improve access to care and special education for a disabled person in Netherlands. So looking forward for your presentation.
Thank you for having me here in this very important building. Today I'm going to tell you a story of an Ukrainian displaced mother who came by chance to the Netherlands with a son who has autism and HDID. I think that everybody among you understands what autism is and HDID, and I also think that many of you already spoke or met a refugee or an Ukrainian displaced person. Who has? Can you raise a hand, please? Who has already spoken to a refugee or, okay, thank you very much. Most of the people have here. That's very, very good. So in this story, we will see the search of a mother for care and special education for her son, and it was a very difficult trajectory. Although many professionals and volunteers were involved, I think more than 50 persons, the unfamiliarity with the Dutch institutional practice in care and education and the cultural orientations applied in the Netherlands led to mistrust and in the system, and the outcome is that the mother left the region and even the country. At this moment we do not know where she is. You can say, okay, that's good for the Netherlands, she left the country, so the problem is solved. But if you see it in the economic model even, there was a lot of investment in, how do we say, help, and the outcome is really zero. So we have to improve our interventions and to see, to analyze what went wrong and how can professionals improve their interventions. One of the outcomes of the International Parent-Centered Network is the publication of a book, Reimagining Parenthood in Diverse Contexts, in which we published an ASD model, and the ASD model stands for Awareness, Sensitivity and Dialogue. It's a model that Wim and I put together based on diverse already existing theories and models, such as the intercultural communication model of Edwin Hofmann, which stands for Topoi model, We combine it with the psychology of parenting of Alice van der Pas, and with the cultural formulation interview of the DSM-5, which is specially developed by cultural psychologists and psychiatrists to talk to refugees, because the circumstances in which they live are atypical compared to the residents with whom they work in their normally practices. As we, as representatives of higher educations, want a just society for ourselves, our children, and in my case, my grandchildren, we have to coach you, the future practitioners, to keep in mind that you have to act in a way that human rights are respected, despite the business models in which our organizations are functioning. How is the situation for displaced Ukrainians in the Netherlands? As you know, since the 24th of December 2022, Ukrainian women, mothers and girls left en masse their country because of the Russian invasion. The Netherlands registered in the 1st of December 2022 already 90,000 Ukrainians. They are received within a municipality which provides further reception and facilitates housing, education and care. They called it, we provide bread, bed and bath, because there were many people that came suddenly. In spring 22, there was a high level of support for reception within, and many Dutch private persons were welcoming Ukrainian families within their homes. The safety region in the south of Limburg, where we live, in which also the municipality Maastricht participates, organized the reception for 2,000 Ukrainians. Ukrainians received immediately a work permit and they are entitled to emergency care. One of the persons who came to the Netherlands was Mother Vlatka. She left in March 2002 Kiev by train, and she took a train trip to Poland. She didn't know where she will end up. Her son is 8 years old and has autism and ADHD. This means that he didn't understand what was going on, and normally a train trip from Kiev to Poland takes 24 hours. Now it took 10 days, and sometimes there was no bread or water supply on the train. Fellow passengers found the behavior of the boy very disturbing. Once arrived in Poland, they found a shelter which they had to share with 8 other persons. Next day, the first seat on a bus that became available went to the Netherlands, and mother and son boarded that bus. She was full of expectations that she would find very good care and special education for her son. But how is care regulated in the Netherlands? Nobody told her that the healthcare system in the Netherlands has neoliberal characteristics. This means that persons have to pay for private insurances, and that the government subsidizes, helps those with lower incomes. Ukrainians are entitled to emergency care, but what does it mean, emergency care? Normally, if they go to a practice, the costs are reimbursed by SAC or RMO in the Netherlands, but the practitioners have to fill in a lot of paperwork to get reimbursement of the costs. The organization of care in the Netherlands is developed to offer care that is affordable and sustainable. Especially after COVID, you can understand that it's really important. And the costs of care, and also in education, are a significant consideration. So not coming on time or no showing up is seen as a cost. Professionals in the Netherlands, they are convinced and they will strive to empower the autonomy of the individual, and they will work demand-driven. They support positive health, and they are really convinced that evidence-based working is very good. Yeah? This means that health is really, how do we say, focused on the benefits for the average. The key policies in the Netherlands are really very specific. We have a decentralization policy, which means that the central government is transferring decision-making powers to local communities, to municipalities, and this is valid in areas as healthcare, welfare and education, as well as in spatial planning. We have also, since 2015, the participation society. This means that it is a concept that promotes active participation of citizens in their own welfare and in the welfare of their community. It is based on the principles that individuals and local communities should take more responsibility for their own well-being rather than relying on the government. And this is what the mother absolutely didn't know. Yeah? The pros are that it increases civic engagement. And the cons are that it can lead to unequal distribution of responsibilities and resources, as some are better equipped to take responsibilities and resources than others. It results in a reduction in the level of government support, and especially it has a negative impact on those who are vulnerable and who have little social networks, as displaced people in principle have. Each municipality in the Netherlands receives funds from the central government to help assistance, to provide assistance to needy citizens. But the actual municipal budget and the way in which it is implemented can differ from one municipality to another, as it is influenced by political agenda, demographic differences, and also regional needs. This means that that supply and implementation of help and welfare and education can differ from one municipality to another. Yeah? So what you hear from your neighbor in another city can be a very different story, which makes it very complicated for this displaced person to believe you what you are saying in one municipality. In the province of Limburg, some schools were designated by the region for the initial reception of Ukrainian children and youth. In practice, this meant that some families were moved from one temporary shelter to another, and that it can be different from one municipality to another to get the regulations. Mother and Kolka and Vlatka ended up in 3 different municipalities before they got a room in a hostel in Valkenburg, a little community not far away from Maastricht. The child was overstimulated because in the hostel, mothers of different families were cooking in kitchens and for their own families, and Kolka had to follow a strict diet. So for him, he was really overstimulated. He couldn't attend regular school, so after 5 months they found a special education for Kolka. But what happened? Special education in the Netherlands, the classes are still for 12 pupils. You can imagine that a displaced person with autism who is coming to a new school, this is really overwhelming. He didn't know the rules, he didn't know the teachers, the pupils. He couldn't take on his shoes alone and his coat, although that is, cognitive level of mathematics and English was average good. What we saw that after 5 months he could attend special education, but after 5 days he was expelled from school. He slapped the speech therapist, and mother got really frustrated. What happened? 9 professionals of the region, including the mother, the interpreter, me was functioning as an interpreter, and thank you very much. The school psychologist, the coordinator, the teacher, the youth care counselor of the city of Maastricht, the social worker of the municipality of Valkenburg, a child psychologist, the regional coordinator of special education of the province of Limburg, they all were present, and they proposed a special care offer for the son, and they also proposed pedagogical support for the mother. I thought by myself, wow, fantastic. But after the meeting, mother was really overwhelmed, and she said it didn't end up as she expected. She had expected an individual education program for her son, and she said, I'm afraid that they are going to send my son to a psychiatric residential care institute, and why are they offering pedagogical support to me? Am I not good as a mother? And this is where the cultural conflict and the meaning of the words as psychiatrist, psychologist, support has different meanings in different contexts. And what I saw was really very sad. I saw really practitioners and professionals trying to do their best, but they didn't understand the situational context of the Ukrainian mother and the context where she came from. And this led that mother left the region without saying it to anyone, and if you do so, even the social workers, they can't help you anymore. Mother started to mistrust everybody, even me as translator, because I was trying to explain the system to mother. And my plea is, at this moment, we all work within a framework. As you know, we are obliged to work with protocols, regulations, and so on. But we need space to think twice and to think what is really right and just for the persons with whom we are working with. And in this case, I think we had to ask the mother about what she wanted, instead as offering her a care supplement which she couldn't agree with. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. It went slightly different than I prepared, but I think it's no problem. Are there questions? Because we had very good discussions in the workshops, And the students here, I have in this classroom, in this audience here, students of my who are interns and who are helping me, being social work students and working with refugee students and Ukrainian displaced students. So they have a workshop about this model. And no questions? Thank you very much.
I wanted to thank you, Hilda, for a very interesting case study that you presented to us. It was very emotional to hear what you have said, and I have experienced in my personal work that I work with people who are not having enough money to get specific help, and they are experiencing something similar what refugees from Ukraine experience. So thank you for your presentation. So the last presentation today will be Rita Virbalienė. So she is the colleague from Vilnius Applied Science University, and if I understand, Rita have prepared presentation with her colleague Ieva Čečelytė. So presentation is about expression of stress and ways to solve the problem through the community for families raising children in migrant camps.
Hello everybody, I am Ieva Čečelytė from Caritas, and one amazing woman, Rita Virbalienė, found me and told, you know, let's do it professional, more professional. Let's talk about this in normal scientific language. And we create a pair of works, and I would like to tell you about this last one. So, in this community, in asylum seekers community, I am 7 years. And you can feel from my language that I speak a little bit funny, because in my community, nobody speaks real English or real Russian or real French. There are many modifications, because all people who coming usually have own language, as I have my Lithuanian, and we create our language, and we say it's camp jargon, camp slang. So sorry for that, but it's this so. It is our reality right now. So why we talk about this? Why we talking about this problem? If somebody was in a camp, in a migrant camp, you could see that in this camp there are a lot of rules and not a lot of rights. It means this asylum seeker, this migrant who lives on this time there, he has not a lot of possibilities to do what he wants. And it creates some special behavior, special rhetoric, special tradition, and special relation each to other. And when we as social workers organizing our work, we of course want that for us this all systems would be perfectly, and not always we thinking about the people who are living there, who are our material to work, and it is sometimes it is problem, but this sometimes it's like this big sometimes. Very often this is problem, because we often can't understand each other, and we trying on this work speak about kind of expression of stress, of this same stress what we feel in the camp, and observe how the people, how our community trying to solve this problem. What is very interesting, people from East aren't individualists. They're really, really deep in the community with their minds, with their behaviors, arts. So, and maybe for us it's a little bit something strange, but it's very important to know this, how they live, how they think, what is very important for them, and after only create some useful things for each who is migrant, who lives in the camp, in migrant camp. We have made interviews with women and men who are parents. And first we asked about some sources of stress. And it was very interesting that all migrants start to talk about the first day in a camp. Maybe you know, but maybe not, but normally migrants never came self to the camp and say, hello, I want to live here and please help me, this. Normally migrants catch it somewhere. Or they coming to the border and says, hello, I am from Afghanistan or Syria or somewhere, I need political asylum. And I haven't any money, I can't, or I have money, but so Migration Department says, okay, you live here. Or court says, you will live here. And what they say when they coming to the migrant camp. Of course, I'm talking about only one migrant camp, and where I'm 7 years, and this camp is maybe not the same like another camps who are in Lithuania. So they say, it's the hardest day in my life. It's like the tension. There are many men with uniforms and with guns. I want to find a place, but I can't find a place. It's so very difficult. Or how could I get a food? I have had big stress because I couldn't get a food on this first day. After, our people talking about another days, about the following days. What we see a lack of money. How to get money if you has no passport, no nothing. If you have wrong money, it means if you have non-euro but dollars, that example, yes? How to get money? Lack of knowledge. It means I don't know what will happen, I don't know nothing about my status, I don't know nothing what will happen with me, with my children, with everybody who is with me. How to find job, we have migrants with different, absolutely different legal situations, legal status. And it's not so easy just to go to find a job and be happy. Sometimes you can't do it 6 months or more on the Lithuanian law. What is absolutely unclear, there are all procedures, what should happen with me, what I should do during the interviews or after, or when I became some answers for Migration Department. So there are many, many, many questions. And one big stress is also when you can't speak the language, right language. And one woman told very, very cool, I was helped by people who understood my language. It's language so important. So, and what's happened after? We asked the people, men and women, how how do you say to your community that you have a stress, or how do you feel yourself when you have the stress? And you see the answers, and you see that women are more subtle, I would like to say. You know, they're thinking about sleeping, about don't cooking, you know. But cooking for East people is so important. It's so important. And they speak that they want to go to home, you know. And we didn't hear it from men. What men are talking, you know. I smoke. I maybe drink too much. if I can drink, yes. If I can go outside and drink. I want rest, yes, this rest and be alone in my room. It's so similar. And angry, passive or active angry is very, very important part of stress expression. But it's the big, different what woman says about this and what man says about this. Woman is angry about the children, not about men. Maybe inside deep, but we never knows it. But you see, men are angry about with all, with Lithuania, with inspectors, with center, with Caritas workers, with everybody, with doctors and with bus carriers. Yes, so we can say about stress, expression of the stress. And how the people could solve this problem? What they told to us? And I tried to write here examples. So how the people talk about this. And first, how to say, helping model is always take the children to closer. It's mean never let your children be somewhere. It's not so important what is the situation that you see. On first example, one girl has really a big problem. Do you know what is it? Is lice ridden. You know, it's a small animals and they drinking blood, yes, and after people are making this, and it's really dangerous to take it to home. But one woman told, I can't do it because this woman who has this girl, so she's tired. I want to help her to survival. Second one is about intimacy. You know, people in the camp mostly are living together in one room. And for wife and husband, it's normally no chances to be alone. And if you come to the lager, to the camp, and you see all space is full of children, or some bodies only on this space and playing, and you ask where are your parents? So you could understand from another adult people that this is now community's responsibility to be with the children, because they're helping for the pair to have own time. There are third one example about one family who always went to another family during eat time. You know, in the camp, all the people became the same meal and can eat on the same time, very, very normal, and they can cook self and so. But there are sometimes there are some families who traveling to another families and from this East behavior, special East behavior, another families, if they eat, they give eating, they share his meal with another, and and this is one strategy to survival, you know, go to some small community and have the same what this community has, you know. Maybe somebody in this family couldn't cook or don't want to cook or was so tired or poor on this time, you know, nobody knows now, but this sharing of material things is very, very important and beloved. It could be a single woman who has small baby, ask for permission to live together with another woman in his room because it's so important, because she's alone, she don't know how to be with this small child, and maybe we in West Europe can't understand it, but in East mentality is absolutely normal. For us could be interesting too that one woman told, I'm from Chechnya, and you know, when I get first my baby, and second baby, and third baby, my mother, my parents took him for 1 month to them into the house. And I could, during this time, take more time with my husband and my another children, yes, and now I'm alone. What should I do? Yes. It could be this kind of support too. Somebody is very talented and can do everything, and somebody can't maybe do this, but this somebody can organize through another people one job for them first, and have some material support too. So, what we want to say that is not easy to be in the center, not easy to live, and a lot of stress coming from because I don't know what to do. And men's, unfortunately, are a little bit worst in these situations, and children never could be like you know, something in the air. They always have a support. So, and our recommendation, maybe you would like to say the same on the situations. I don't know, maybe you can say it in a voice.
So thank you, Yeva. Please stay. Since we have some time, because I tried to save some time, I'm very grateful that you took some specific examples from migration camp. That's very useful to hear about it. So if someone has a question, you can ask, but I will use my privilege to ask the first question, since I have a privilege.
Could you say it in Lithuanian?
Yes, definitely. So I will ask in English, then I will translate. So my question is because I was trying to imagine that if I was working in migration camp and I would have this kind of cases that you introduce, I would have no idea what to do and how to help these people, because there's so many people, so many different needs that they have different cultures, I cannot speak with them, and at the same time we have specific legislation that does not allow me to help them. So I will translate right now. Aš norėjau paklausti, gal turit kažkokį praktinį.
My question is, do you have any advice for the people who are working in the migration centers? Because if I were to imagine myself in that position, I believe I would find it very difficult to help those people conditioned by different cultures, needs, something that I, as a social worker, cannot meet. And bearing in mind the legal framework.
7 years there, but I feel myself like in the first class, because each new generation takes something new thinking, new behavior, new tradition, new relation. And really, each generation, I might think, but how can we work with this all? And it's absolutely normal. Before I feel be complex with this, but after when I communicate with many people from different countries who are working in migrant camps and we sharing our experience, I understood it's absolutely normal. And every time you must find the best solution for this, exactly this variant. I think it's like when doctor works, yes? There are some experience, but you must create.
So to be creative in your job, to try different kind of solutions, and at the same time what I hear from you that believe in people who are in migration camps, that despite the things that they experiencing, probably they will adapt to the situation that they are.
Absolutely.
And at the same time I hear that they are in community, so probably they are taking and giving help to their community, so they have a support from other members that are in migration camp.
And you think I am thinking that it's very important not to cross all the rows with horizontal support. Something maybe for us could be really crazy. How to live with one two absolutely different people, not from one family, how they can live together, or what will be with the child. Yes, I'm thinking now in Lithuanian this organization level, but for is this absolutely normal? And I think we could be more open-it, and a lot of people today talk about this. We must be open-it and more sensible, and don't think that only me is right.
Thank you, Eva.
Thank you very much.
Oh. I would like to suggest to you to ask a question after, since we used the time. So this was the last presentation that we have today. So I will ask you to join us to the other building, Mažvydas Library. That's the building next to this building. Also, I see that you're trying right now to move and to leave the place, but I would actually like to thank organization or committee that helped to organize and to be here together, to have a very nice accommodation, nice place to have conference. Also to thank Aušra Simonikštytė, who take a lot of effort to do this. Aušra, could you stand and thank you? So, see you at Mažvydas Library at 5 o'clock.